Chapter 574. Besides that, Lord Pavilion Master, this grade 4 spirit sword doesn't provide a 59% amplification of strength. The old man looked at the middle-aged man and seemed to have thought of something. It doesn't provide a 59% amplification? The middle-aged man frowned and sized up the spirit sword in his hand. Could it be that I've misjudged? Is this spiritual sword just a facade? No. The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. Lord Pavilion Master, this spirit sword doesn't only provide a 59% amplification. It can provide a 60% amplification of strength. 60%. When the old man's words entered into the middle-aged man's ears, it was like a thunderclap. It caused the middle-aged man to be dumbstruck. A 60% amplification? In next to no time, the middle-aged man held the sword and tested it with a serious expression. Along with the origin energy on the sword in his hand rising, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons and ancient mammoths appeared in the sky above him. In the end, he finally confirmed it. It really is 60%. Instantly, the middle-aged man's face flushed red, and his eyes flickered with a dazzling bright light as he looked at the spirit sword in his hand. His breathing gradually became hurried. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The old man wasn't surprised when he saw the middle-aged man lose composure like this. As far as he was concerned, the pavilion master himself was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Seeing a grade 4 spirit weapon with such a terrifying amplification ability, it was normal for him to be elated. What does that young man want to use this spirit sword as a reward? The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a burning gaze as he asked. If it was possible, he wanted to obtain this grade 4 spirit sword as well. A grade 4 spirit sword that provided a 60% amplification. If it was in his hands, then after he carefully studied it, he might be able to improve his attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement. Perhaps, he would be able to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided a 59% or even 60% amplification because of this. Lord Pavilion Master, the thing that young man offered as a reward was a type of medicinal material. He called that medicinal material the ageless root. The old man replied, Ageless root? The middle-aged man frowned. What's that? I've actually never heard of it. Even Lord Pavilion Master hasn't heard of it? The old man was stunned. As far as he was concerned, this was an extremely inconceivable thing. The Pavilion Master was a figure that stood at the peak of the Dark Han dynasty. Logically speaking, there was very little that the Pavilion Master didn't know. Did he say anything special about that medicinal herb? The middle-aged man continued asking. Yes. The old man nodded, and then he repeated the words of the violet-clothed young man in full detail. Not only that, but the old man also followed suit and drew the ageless root. The ageless root's characteristics were extremely obvious. Its entire body was completely natural. It was simply impossible for ordinary root-shaped medicinal herbs to grow to such an extent. What a peculiar medicinal ingredient. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in surprise. With just one look, he could tell that this medicinal herb was not simple. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what happened in the treasure-gathering pavilion after he left. At this moment, he was sitting in a restaurant in Han River City. He leaned against the window and looked at the people on the bustling streets outside, as well as the emptiness realm martial artists and demonic beasts that flew in the sky above the streets. I wonder where Little Gold is right now. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with worry. The little gold mouse was a person with no sense of direction. He was swept away by the sandstorm again. This made Duan Lingtian very worried. In next to no time, the fragrant dishes were served. However, Duan Lingtian didn't have much of an appetite. After a short while, the restaurant became more and more crowded, and at the same time it became lively. Hey, have you heard? The treasure-gathering pavilion just issued a reward an hour ago for a rare medicinal ingredient. A middle-aged man had just sat down when he spoke to his companion at the same table. Doesn't the treasure-gathering pavilion often have people offering rewards for medicinal ingredients? What's so strange about this? His companion was disdainful. You don't know. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed. Do you know what the reward of this reward is? What is it? The latter was intrigued. A grade 4 spirit sword. The middle-aged man spoke with a clear voice, and he wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. What? Instantly, the restaurant that was packed with people was in an uproar. A grade 4 spirit sword with a reward for a medicinal ingredient? Really? Many customers in the restaurant didn't believe it. As far as they were concerned, how rare was a grade 4 spirit weapon? How could it be compared to a mere medicinal ingredient? Even the most precious medicinal ingredient they knew of was far inferior to a grade 4 spirit weapon in their eyes. If all of you don't believe me, you can go to the hall on the first floor of the treasure gathering pavilion to take a look. That reward is hung on the most conspicuous notice board in the hall. The middle-aged man was instantly unhappy when he saw someone doubting him. When they heard the middle-aged man, the customers in the restaurant believed him slightly. Who's so generous to actually want to use a grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for a medicinal ingredient? After we finish eating, I'll surely go see what medicinal ingredient he wants to exchange for. Yeah, if we have that medicinal ingredient in our hands, then we'll have struck it rich. Quickly finish eating and go take a look. Many people started wolfing down their food and sweeping up the food on the table. Hey, all of you better hurry up. If you're late, it's very likely that someone will beat you to it. The middle-aged man laughed slyly when he saw this scene, and he said as if wishing for the world to be in chaos, right? I forgot to tell all of you something. The grade 4 spirit sword in the treasure gathering pavilion is a grade 4 spirit weapon that can provide a 60% amplification of strength. Silence. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the restaurant went deathly silent. Numerous gazes descended onto the middle-aged man in unison. After a short moment, slap, 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 slap. A wave of sounds of bowls and plates shattering sounded out, and it was the bowls and plates in the hands of some customers that were absent-minded accidentally falling down. A 60% amplification? Are you sure? In next to no time, someone gasped and looked at the middle-aged man to confirm it. That's what the treasure gathering pavilion said. As for the reputation of the treasure gathering pavilion, I presume all of you are aware that it would never exaggerate. The middle-aged man continued, Motherfucker. I'm not eating anymore. Attendant, get the bill. Instantly, someone paid the bill and left. After a short moment, only 2 tables of people remained in the entire restaurant. Besides the table of the middle-aged man, only Duan Lingtian's table remained. Presently, these 2 tables seemed to be like cranes among chickens. The middle-aged man was instantly slightly surprised when he saw someone was still able to remain so composed. Little brother, aren't you going to join in the fun? Perhaps you have that medicinal material in your possession. Duan Lingtian raised his head and smiled lightly. Perhaps. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to immerse himself in eating and drinking. Join in the fun? If this middle-aged man knew that the grade 4 spirit sword was the reward item he'd placed in the treasure gathering pavilion, he probably wouldn't say these words. Looks like my plan wasn't wrong. The influence of the treasure gathering pavilion is extremely great. I presume it won't be long before the news of a grade 4 spirit sword that provides a 60% amplification in exchange for the ageless root will spread far and wide. After he ate and drank his fill, Duan Lingtian paid the bill and left, and he found an inn to stay in. No matter if there's an outcome or not, I must leave the Dark Han dynasty 3 months from now and return to the Darkstone Empire. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time for the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition. After he stayed in the inn, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested as he lay in the bathtub that had steam rising from it. I hope Little Gold has already returned to the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian thought silently in his heart. He'd never been able to let go of the little gold mouse in his heart, even though Little Gold was the demon beast that followed by Little Black and Little White's side. But during these past few years, Little Black and Little White weren't here, and it was always Little Gold that followed by his side. He'd long since had a deep relationship with Little Gold. In his heart, he took Little Gold to be family. After he finished bathing, Duan Lingtian changed into a set of dry clothes, then sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to cultivate. After he consumed the void-strengthening pill, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WIRM form. During these 3 months, Duan Lingtian planned to stay in Han River City and not leave. Firstly, it was because he wanted to cultivate in peace. Secondly, he was worried that Little Gold would appear in Han River City. Han River City was too chaotic. During these few days, Duan Lingtian could see many martial artists falling as he walked throughout Han River City. The definition of the law of the jungle was interpreted to be extremely perfect in Han River City. 2 months passed. Duan Lingtian carried out his final breakthrough. So long as he broke through the bottleneck, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the void prying stage in one go. This time, Duan Lingtian spent 3 days and 3 nights before smoothly breaking through. Whoosh! The origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body soared and roared. Whoosh! Gazing at the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were condensed into form after the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a wisp of a smile. I've finally broken through. Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. The next 7th level of the void prying stage is another critical point. If nothing unexpected happens, it's probably impossible for me to break through before the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition begins. This was something Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart. I hope that the ageless root has clues, whereas the rebirth pill was a turning point. But unfortunately, if he wanted to refine the rebirth pill, he had to first find the ageless root. Otherwise, everything was just a dream. I'll have to leave in a month. I'll walk around during this month and see if Little Gold has come to Han River City. In the following month, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian wandered around Han River City. Of course, he never took the initiative to cause trouble. He also intentionally avoided those martial artists at the 9th level of the void prying stage or above. If a martial artist below the 9th level of the void prying stage offended him, he wouldn't be courteous and would directly execute a swift attack to kill the martial artist. Presently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the void prying stage. His spiritual force had been pushed to the 8th level of the void prying stage as well. So long as it wasn't an inscription master, he was able to kill martial artists below the 9th level of the void prying stage. Bang! A corpse fell before Duan Lingtian. Chapter 575. After my spiritual force broke through, the illusory space constructed by the soul's skill, 1,000 illusions, is sufficient to disregard advanced force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he looked at the corpse that fell beneath his feet, and he was slightly delighted. Now, even if I were to go against Suli, I wouldn't be afraid of his advanced sword force. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. Only the surrounding crowd of void prying stage martial artists that looked at Duan Lingtian with fear remained. This young man looks to be around the age of 25, yet his strength is actually so terrifying. With his natural talent and strength, he ought to not be an unknown figure in the Dark Han dynasty. The surrounding spectators whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian, who just taken a few steps, frowned, and he seemed to have noticed something as he looked up into the sky. After he noticed there was no one in the sky, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward. After Duan Lingtian left, high above in the sky, a tall figure appeared from behind the clouds and mist. This little fellow has such acute intuition. I was actually almost noticed by him. The tall figure was a tall middle-aged man, and he had a surprised expression now. An 8th level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force died at his hands. It's truly rare for him to possess such strength at his age. The middle-aged man's brows raised. I wonder which one of the most renowned young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty he is. A month's time passed very quickly. During this month of time, although Duan Lingtian intentionally went all over to look for the little gold mouse, he came up empty-handed. Looks like Little Gold didn't come to Milky Way City. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian, who walked out of the inn, shook his head and sighed. Now, I can only hope that Little Gold has already returned to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City. Duan Lingtian was worried about the little gold mouse as he headed towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. After he arrived outside the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. I wonder if the whereabouts of the ageless root is there. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and walked into the treasure-gathering pavilion. Walking into the treasure-gathering pavilion, He saw the bounty mission on the bulletin board in the middle of the hall. There was also a picture on it, and on the picture was the ageless root. Who? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the end he gained nothing. He was clear in his heart. If someone had found the ageless root, his bounty would have been removed a long time ago. The reward was still there, which meant that no one had found the ageless root in the past 3 months. Customer. Soon a servant came up to him. Duan Lingtian recognized that this servant was the one who had brought him to the 3rd floor to post a bounty 3 months ago. Take me to that senior. I want to cancel this bounty. Duan Lingtian used his elemental energy to converse with the manservant. The manservant nodded and respectfully led the way. Since 3 months ago, when he witnessed the might of the spirit sword Duan Lingtian placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, he knew that Duan Lingtian's identity wasn't simple. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian possess such a heaven-defying grade 4 spirit sword? On the 3rd floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw the old man once more. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. You intend to cancel the bounty? The old man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw the broken jade pendant. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I probably won't be able to find the thing I want in a short period of time. I intend to think of a way in the future. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw to his astonishment. The old man gave the nearby servant a glance, and the servant sensibly left. Senior. Duan Lingtian revealed a puzzled expression. Young man, our Lord Pavilion Master said that so long as you cancel the mission, I'll take you to see him. Please. The old man left the counter and called out to Duan Lingtian as they walked out. Pavilion Master? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Could it be because of that grade 4 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian quickly guessed the reason. When he thought of the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried that the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion would do anything to him. He followed behind the old man and walked up the stairs. Senior, why would the pavilion master want to see me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Young man, to tell you the truth, the pavilion master wants to see you because he's interested in the grade 4 spirit sword you placed in our treasure-gathering pavilion. The old man spoke frankly. As expected, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Then he said, Senior, if the pavilion master is able to find the ageless root, then I'll naturally hand over the grade 4 spirit sword with both hands. The old man shook his head and smiled, and he didn't continue. In next to no time, the old man brought Duan Lingtian to the 5th floor. Standing outside the pavilion, the old man respectfully said to the person inside, Lord Pavilion Master, the guest that placed the grade 4 spirit sword has arrived. Please come in. A sonorous voice sounded out. Although it didn't contain any origin energy, it still caused Duan Lingtian's mind to shake. What a profound cultivation. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Young man, please come in. The old man said to Duan Lingtian. As for himself, he was standing at the side like a guardian. Duan Lingtian walked in large strides into the pavilion. A tall middle-aged man in blue clothes stood there like a statue. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and enveloped the middle-aged man. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He noticed. When his spiritual force fused into the middle-aged man's body, it was as if it had fused into a ball of cotton, and he had no place to exert force. It gave him a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Could it be? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and after a thought emerged in his mind, it was difficult for him to suppress it any longer. Only a void interpretation stage expert is capable of causing my spiritual force to lose effect. Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. Void interpretation stage expert. That grade 4 spirit sword was placed in our treasure-gathering pavilion by you? Right at this moment, the middle-aged man turned around, and his old-fashioned face faced Duan Lingtian as he asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh. The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Duan Lingtian recognized that this was precisely the grade 4 spirit sword he placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion. I'll get straight to the point. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, I'm rather interested in this spirit sword. But I'm temporarily unable to find the ageless root you want. Duan Lingtian frowned. This void interpretation stage expert wouldn't be thinking of suppressing him with his strength and forcefully seizing his grade 4 spirit sword, right? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian knew that he was thinking too much. How about this? Lend me this grade 4 spirit sword for 3 years. For the sake of making up for your loss, I can refine an ordinary grade 4 spirit sword for you and give you 2 spirit fruits. The middle-aged man spoke frankly. Lend for 3 years? Using another grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits as compensation? You're a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian reacted to the middle-aged man and spoke in surprise. Hiss! At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a strand of blue-colored flames appeared in the middle-aged man's hand with a flip of his palm. The blue-colored flames raged restlessly. It was precisely a grade 4 weapon flame. The weapon flame unique to grade 4 weapons craftsman. Yes, I'm a grade 4 weapons craftsman. The middle-aged man nodded. In this way, Pavilion Master wants to borrow my grade 4 spirit sword to study? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. He guessed the middle-aged man's intentions. It was none other than because the middle-aged man saw that the grade 4 spirit sword he stored in the treasure-gathering pavilion was able to provide an amplification of 60%. And the middle-aged man wanted to study the profundity within it to improve his own level of weapons refinement. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded, then asked, "Do you agree to my conditions? So long as you agree, I can give you my compensation right now. Besides that, I'll do my best to help you search for the ageless root within these 3 years." Needless to say, the conditions of the treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master were filled with temptation. It caused Duan Lingtian to find it difficult to refuse. "Pavilion Master, I want to know what spirit fruit you want to give me?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Void accumulation fruit, spirit void fruit." The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up when he heard this. The void accumulation fruit was a precious spirit fruit capable of improving a void prying stage martial artist's cultivation. It wasn't inferior to the void refining fruit he'd consumed in the past. As for the spirit void fruit, it was even more shocking. It was a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists to improve their cultivation, and if a void prying stage martial artist were to forcefully consume it, it was possible that the martial artist's body would explode and die. Duan Lingtian had never consumed these 2 spirit fruits in the past. They were undoubtedly precious treasures to Duan Lingtian. "Borrow my grade 4 spirit sword for 3 years. Give me an ordinary grade 4 spirit sword and these 2 spirit fruits? Besides that, you still want to help me search for the ageless root?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian was bursting with laughter in his heart. To him, this was an extremely good thing. It was only a grade 4 spirit sword, so long as he had the materials, he could refine it at any time. But the void accumulation fruit and spirit void fruit were precious treasures that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. How about it? With a raise of his hand, 2 spirit fruits appeared in his hand. Besides that, there was also a spirit sword. Pavilion Master. Duan Lingtian looked at the pavilion master. "I agree to your conditions." The pavilion master was originally slightly perturbed. After all, even though he'd compensated Duan Lingtian with a grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits, but in his eyes, the value of a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% was far greater than the sum of all the things he'd given out. Duan Lingtian's agreement caused him to heave a sigh of relief. "Pavilion Master, I'll trouble you with the matter of searching for the ageless root." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he casually put away the grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits that the pavilion master passed over. "The materials of this spirit sword aren't bad. If I refine it once more, I'll similarly be able to possess a 60% amplification." Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. To him, the grade 4 spirit sword that the pavilion master compensated him with only required 2 hours of time to transform into a top-grade spirit sword amongst top-grade spirit swords. At that time, the value of this spirit sword wouldn't be inferior to the grade 4 spirit sword in the pavilion master's possession that he'd refined earlier. It could be said that not only did he not suffer any losses, he even used a short 2 hours to earn 2 spirit fruits. More importantly, With the pavilion master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion helping him search for the ageless root, the efficiency would undoubtedly be much faster. All in all. Chapter 576. Don't worry. Even though I don't dare guarantee that I'll be able to find the ageless root, I'll surely try my best. The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion promised to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, pavilion master. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I feel that I can be considered to be extremely knowledgeable in the various dynasties, but I've never heard of the ageless root you're looking for. The pavilion master looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me what medicinal material the ageless root is, and what use it has. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and casually said, the ageless root is a medicinal material that's slightly similar to the claws of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Even though the ageless root is a medicinal material, it can also be taken as a weapon refinement material. Weapon refinement material? The pavilion master's pupils constricted. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I know a grade 3 weapons craftsman. He's able to use this ageless root as the main weapon refinement material to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. Grade 3 weapons craftsman. Grade 3 spirit weapon. Tempestuous waves arose on the calm face of the pavilion master. You know a grade 3 weapons craftsman? The pavilion master's breathing became hurried. He was a grade 4 weapons craftsman, and in the Dark Han dynasty and even the various dynasties, he was an existence that stood at the peak of the Tao of weapons refinement. There had never been a grade 3 weapons craftsman that had appeared in the various dynasties. A grade 3 weapons craftsman was an existence of legend to the members of the various dynasties, and it was unreachable. Supposedly, there were grade 3 and above weapons craftsmen in the mysterious and unfathomable foreign lands. But in the various dynasties there were very few people that left the foreign lands and returned. So, grade 3 and above weapons craftsmen were extremely mysterious existences to the members of the various dynasties. As grade 4 weapons craftsmen, they were filled with yearning towards grade 3 weapons craftsmen. The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion was no exception. Pavilion master, the grade 4 spirit sword in your hand was refined by that grade 3 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian added. Although all of this was made up by Duan Lingtian on a whim, he sounded like he was telling the truth. The pavilion master of Jubao Pavilion was convinced. No wonder. Like I said, how could a grade 4 spirit weapon that provides a 60% amplification possibly appear in the Dark Han dynasty? So it was made by a 3rd grade weapon craftsman senior. The leader of the Jubao Pavilion took a deep breath, and his gaze toward Duan Lingtian was completely different now. If it was said that before this, he did not put this young man in his eyes. But now, he was treating the young man as an existence on the same level as himself. He did not dare to be negligent, because this was a young man who knew a grade 3 weapons craftsman. In his opinion, since this young man was able to make a 3rd grade weapon craftsman forge a weapon for him, he must have a deep relationship with that 3rd grade weapon craftsman. Little brother, what is your relationship with that 3rd grade weapon craftsman senior? The Jubao Pavilion master looked at Duan Lingtian and asked excitedly. He is my master. Duan Lingtian spoke frankly. Master. Little brother, so you're that senior's disciple. I was rude earlier. The leader of the Jubao Pavilion secretly took a deep breath, and when he spoke once more, his tone was slightly serious. The person standing before him was the disciple of a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Pavilion master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. He wasn't surprised when he saw the attitude of the leader of the Jubao Pavilion undergo a tremendous change. A grade 3 weapons craftsman was sufficient to cause the leader of the Jubao Pavilion to let his imagination run wild. Little brother, I'm called Xiang. Besides being the pavilion master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, I'm also the vice guild master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. The leader of the Jubao Pavilion, Xiang, looked at Duan Lingtian. I wonder how I should address you? Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart when he heard Xiang. He never imagined that. Besides being the leader of the Jubao Pavilion, Xiang actually had another respected identity. Pavilion Master, I'm called Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian introduced himself. Duan Lingtian? A trace of surprise imperceptibly flashed past Xiang Ying's eyes. He'd never heard of this name. Could it be that he isn't a member of the Dark Han dynasty? Xiang Ying thought in his heart. Otherwise, with his shocking strength, logically speaking, it's impossible for him to be a nobody. Then how about I call you Brother Lingtian? Xiang Ying lightly smiled as he asked. I'm overwhelmed by the favor the Pavilion Master is showing me. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Lingtian, may I know where your master is now? If it's possible, I hope to personally pay a visit. Since he found out that Duan Lingtian was the disciple of a grade 3 weapons craftsman, Xiang Ying had become more and more courteous to Duan Lingtian. Pavilion Master, I'm afraid this won't do. My master usually doesn't like to meet strangers. Of course, if Pavilion Master is able to find the ageless root, then perhaps my master will be happy and be willing to meet Pavilion Master. Duan Lingtian shook his head and added, that's right. The reason Duan Lingtian added this sentence. Naturally, he wanted to make Xiang Ying work even harder to find the ageless root. As expected, Xiang Ying's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said with a serious expression, Don't worry, Brother Lingtian. I'll surely do my best in the matter of the ageless root. Xiang Ying already had a plan in his heart. He would mobilize his enormous network of relationships to search for the ageless root. Only for the sake of meeting that grade 3 weapons craftsman and properly seeking guidance. Then I'll trouble Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, it's getting late now, I ought to leave as well. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Xiang Ying before leaving the 5th floor of the Jubao Pavilion. He left the Jubao Pavilion. My gains this time aren't bad. After leaving the Jubao Pavilion and walking out of Milky Way City, Duan Lingtian, who sat on the back of the 7th level void prying stage flying demon beast, had a delighted smile on his face. With a raise of his hand, a spirit fruit that was completely translucent appeared in his hand. It was precisely the void accumulation fruit. A spirit fruit that was on par with the void refining fruit. When Duan Lingtian was at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Dragon and Phoenix Academy that day, he obtained the additional reward, the void refining fruit, during his first training mission to go deep into Blackwind Ridge to annihilate bandits. After he consumed the void refining fruit, his strength rose swiftly. Behave yourself. Duan Lingtian noticed that after he took out the void accumulation fruit, the flying demon beast beneath him became slightly restless. Obviously, it was attracted by the void accumulation fruit. Duan Lingtian swallowed the void accumulation fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then he consumed a void-strengthening pill before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Lightning WIRM form. After consuming the void accumulation fruit, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was vast and powerful, and it wasn't long before it arrived at the critical point. Whereas the final charge to the 6th level of the void prying stage was completed 10 days later. Bang! Vast origin energy gushed out from the tough meridians in Duan Lingtian's body, and it easily charged through the final bottleneck. At the same time, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent a tremendous change. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes that flashed with a bright light, and slight excitement appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and lightly clenched his fists tightly. Origin energy suffused and raged on his fists. At the same time, an enormous and lifelike silhouette coiled down from the sky. It was precisely an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian's cultivation had finally broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Not much of the medicinal strength of the void accumulation fruit remains. I still have to rely on myself for my cultivation from now on. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for the other spirit void fruit that Pavilion Master Xiang gave me, I can only consume it after I break through to the 1st level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise it's too risky. Presently, Su Li's cultivation has probably already broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. As for Luo Zhan and the others, they're probably slightly inferior. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought of Su Li and the others. Now that I've come out, the changes that I've undergone are probably enough to shock them. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. In next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face was restrained. Little Gold, where exactly are you now? When he thought of the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of worry in his heart. In his eyes, the little gold mouse was a complete idiot with no sense of direction. Asking her to return to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city by herself seemed to be slightly difficult. I hope she knows how to ask for directions from human martial artists. Duan Lingtian could only console himself like this. In the following part of the journey, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with worries, and he was slightly dispirited when cultivating. I'll be more or less able to arrive at the imperial city in another half a month. A few months later, Duan Lingtian, who'd entered the territory of the Darkstone Empire, thought in his heart. On the way back, Duan Lingtian walked in a straight line, so his efficiency was extremely high. The Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition is a month from now. I just happened to be able to make it in time. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian was currently at the northern area of the Darkstone Empire. Presently, an unexpected guest had arrived at the southern area of the Darkstone Empire. Swoosh! A yellow-colored figure flashed through the sky with an extremely swift speed. Everywhere the figure passed, the clouds and mist dispersed, and it seemed to have transformed into a heavenly path. The person that traveled was a yellow-clothed young girl that looked to be around the age of 16, and she had an appearance that was like carved jade and was extremely beautiful. It could be discerned from the young girl's immature appearance. When the young girl grew up in the future, she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty. Hiss hiss, suddenly 2 light sounds sounded out from beneath the yellow-clothed young girl's sleeve. Following that, 2 small heads popped out. It was precisely the 2 little pythons. One of the little pythons was black and the other white. The former had a golden horn on its head, whereas the latter had a silver horn on its head. Little black, little white. We'll be able to see Big Brother Lingtian very soon. The young girl rubbed the little heads of the 2 little pythons as she spoke with a light smile. Hiss hiss, suddenly, the little white python raised its head to look at the young girl, and its eyes revealed slight worry. Don't worry. The young girl lightly shook her head. Qingnu probably won't come looking for us for now. But she'll probably come looking for us after she finishes dealing with the matters here. At that time we'll have to leave again. Hiss hiss. The 2 little pythons drooped their little heads and were slightly listless. Don't worry. I'll surely sneak out again in the future, and bring you 2 to look for Big Brother Lingtian. When they heard the young girl's promise. Chapter 577. Darkstone Empire Imperial City. Due to the approaching of the Young Genius competition, there were many new faces in the Imperial City. These new faces were either from the various great powers of the Darkstone Empire, or from the various imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. In these past few days, the Imperial City's city guard army had started to get busy, only because battles would frequently occur in the various areas of the Imperial City. These battles were mostly caused by the various young geniuses that had gathered in the Imperial City. Every single one of the young geniuses that were able to come to the Imperial City to participate in the Young Genius competition were geniuses that were extremely arrogant and didn't submit to anyone. Along with the approaching of the Young Genius competition, the Imperial City once again recovered its calm. Supposedly, the Young Genius competition will be held at the central square of the Imperial City 3 days from now. I wonder if it's true. If it's true, then I'll surely go join in the fun. It's already been confirmed, this news is true. Now, the city guard army has already started to build combat rings at the central square of the Imperial City. Along with the approaching of the Young Genius competition, the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City became even more bustling. Within a spacious courtyard house in the Imperial City, the imperial family's revered elders from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Qi Ming, Prince Shang, Su Li, Luozhan, Qian Shao Shui, and Long Yun were gathered together. Why hasn't Duan Lingtian returned? The Young Genius competition is 3 days from now. Qi Ming frowned. That Duan Lingtian utterly doesn't have the awareness to bring honor to our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If he misses the Young Genius competition this time, I'll absolutely not forgive him. Prince Shang's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a cold light. Revered Elder Qi, if that Duan Lingtian misses the Young Genius competition, at that time I hope you won't interfere when I punish him. Prince Shang's words caused the faces of Su Li, Luozhan, and Qian Shaoshui to go grim. They were able to discern the killing intent contained within Prince Shang's words. Prince Shang aroused killing intent towards Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, at the central square of the imperial city, 9 combat rings stood there. The 9 combat rings surrounded a spacious high platform. On this high platform there were some neatly arranged seats. It was obvious that this was the audience area. He could imagine that this spectating area was surely prepared for the representatives of the various powers of the Darkstone Empire. Outside the 9 combat rings, streams of people flowed and were in an uproar. Presently, there were many young geniuses standing sparsely on the empty space between the 9 combat rings and the high platform. In terms of age, among these young talents, the oldest was only 36 or 37 years old. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? Su Li Luozhan and Qian Shaoshui stood together and looked around, but they didn't discover any traces of Duan Lingtian. As for Qi Ming and Prince Shang, they were already seated on the high platform. Looks like Duan Lingtian really doesn't take this young genius competition seriously. I'll surely teach him a lesson when he returns. Killing intent shot out from Prince Shang's eyes as he said in a deep voice, Prince Shang, I believe that Duan Lingtian won't fail to keep his promise. Since he hasn't appeared yet, something must have happened to him. Qi Ming's eyes contained slight worry mixed within. Humph. Prince Shang grunted coldly and said in his heart, it's best if he's dead. Presently, there were more and more people on the high platform. Qian Shaoshui's gaze stared fixedly at the palanquin in midair. Making 8 void-prying stage martial artists at or above willingly act as the palanquin's bearers. Such a grand display wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. Greetings, King Yong. Meanwhile, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform stood up successively and respectfully bowed towards the direction of the palanquin. Qi Ming and Prince Shang were amongst them as well. Prince Shang, who had a face full of killing intent when he mentioned the Duan Lingtian earlier, had a face full of humility when facing this palanquin now. Meanwhile, the curtain of the palanquin was pulled open. A tall figure walked out slowly. This was a middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold. He had a firm expression and a dignified expression between his brows. There was a conspicuous cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. It was precisely the number 1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong. After King Yong left the palanquin. Long live King Yong. Meanwhile, everyone that stood outside the 9 combat rings bowed respectfully to King Yong. King Yong looked at the surroundings and nodded indifferently. After that, he descended onto the high platform with a calm expression and sat at the seat of the head at the center. The young geniuses that the representatives brought ought to be all present, right? King Yong's gaze flashed past the various representatives on the high platform. For a time, besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdoms Qi Ming and Prince Shang, the others nodded successively. In next to no time, the 2 of them had become the center of attention. What? The young geniuses you brought haven't arrived? King Yong looked at Qi Ming and Prince Shang as he asked indifferently. Although his tone was calm, everyone present was able to feel a trace of pressure from it. King Yong, Before King Yong, Qi Ming felt extremely pressured, and he took a deep breath and wanted to explain. But he hadn't finished speaking when he shut his mouth. Swoosh! High above in the sky, a violet-colored figure seemed to have transformed into a violet-colored bolt of lightning that instantly flashed over to descend on the empty space between the 9 combat rings and the high platform. Duan Lingtian. Qi Ming's gaze lit up, and then he looked at King Yong and said respectfully, King Yong, the young geniuses of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom have all arrived. King Yong nodded indifferently and withdrew his gaze from Qi Ming. Meanwhile, the gazes of the numerous people present descended onto the violet-clothed young man that had just arrived. Most of them were shocked by the violet-clothed young man's age. This young man that looks to be around the age of 25 is one of the young geniuses that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is participating in the Young Genius competition this time. The various Imperial Kingdoms under our Darkstone Empire only have 5 positions each. 2 young men that aren't over 30 have actually come from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like there's really no one left in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Yeah, otherwise, it wouldn't be to the extent of allowing these 2 young men to seize the positions to participate in the Empire's Young Genius competition. No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform or the people that were watching the show from afar, all of them were discussing animatedly. Qiming, looks like there's really no one left in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to my knowledge, any one of the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be over 30, right? These 2 people ought to not be figures amongst the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The azure-clothed old man that entered into conflict with Qiming earlier ridiculed. Wei Kuan, wait until the young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are able to defeat the 2 of them. Now shut your stinking mouth. Qiming replied bluntly. Looks like you're extremely confident towards the 2 of them, Qiming. Wei Kuan grunted coldly, and disdain was mixed within his brows. 2 little kids that weren't over 30 years old. As far as he was concerned, they didn't pose the slightest threat to the young geniuses of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, why have you only arrived now? Lo Cheng looked at the violet-clothed young man that had just descended by their side, and he asked curiously. I encountered some things on the way and was delayed. The violet-clothed young man was precisely the travel-worn Duan Lingtian. Originally, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, he ought to be able to return to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city a few days ago. However, he was delayed by some things on the way. 7 days ago, Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain range north of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and he unexpectedly noticed 2 9th-level void-prying stage demon beasts fighting to their heart's content. He originally thought that the 2 demon beasts were fighting for some treasure. So when the 2 demon beasts were exhausted, Duan Lingtian killed them before starting to search the surroundings. But after searching for a few days, he still came up empty-handed. Chapter 578. Actually, it was no wonder that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand. Those 2 9th-level void-prying stage demon beasts had similar strengths. According to the law of survival of demon beasts, unless it was because of some treasure, otherwise, 2 demon beasts with similar strengths would normally not fight to the death. I can only go take a look when I have the time in the future, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Fortunately, you rushed over in time. Chen Xiaoshui heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out under his curiosity to detect the cultivations of the 3 people by his side. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and he looked at Su Li in astonishment. Heavens! What did he notice? Su Li had actually broken through to the 9th level of the void-prying stage. I originally thought that after breaking through to the 7th level of the void-prying stage this time, I would be able to catch up to Su Li in terms of cultivation, but I never imagined that he would actually break through 3 levels like me. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Whereas the improvement of Chen Xiaoshui and Luo Zhan's cultivations caused him to be shocked as well. 6th level of the void-prying stage. They'd both broken through 2 levels. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the saber young master Long Yun. 8th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised. Long Yun's improvement was actually almost the same as Su Li's. Looks like their improvement is related to the master behind them. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian easily guessed this. Who's that person? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze looked towards the high platform and noticed the old man that was in confrontation with Qiming. I don't know him. Luo Zhan and the others shook their heads. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a gaze that contained killing intent had locked onto him. Duan Lingtian didn't have to look as he was able to guess who it was. The owner of that gaze was definitely that, Prince Shang. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Prince Shang, and instead looked at the white-robed middle-aged man that sat at the head of the high platform. The middle-aged man was dressed in a white robe with golden edges. He had an imposing appearance. At first glance, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Especially that blood-soaked red mole between his eyebrows, it was even more unforgettable. This is the Prince of Yong. Luo Zhan introduced it to Duan Lingtian with a dignified expression. Prince of Yong? Duan Lingtian stared blankly, curiously asking, who is this Prince of Yong? King Yong is the second brother of the current emperor of the Darkstone Empire, And he's the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. More than 10 years ago, there were rumors that his cultivation was close to the void interpretation stage. Luozhan said. Close to the void interpretation stage more than 10 years ago? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Doesn't that mean that it's very likely that the current him has already broken through to the void interpretation stage? He has most likely broken through to the void interpretation stage. Chen Xiaoshui nodded. Profound void martial stage? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Prince of Yong. His spiritual force stretched out to envelop Prince of Yong with the intention of prying into Prince of Yong's cultivation. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. When his spiritual force touched Prince of Yong, it was as if it had collided with a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force. This feeling was no different than when he investigated the pavilion master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, Xiangying. Duan Lingtian, do you think the #1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. There ought to be. After all, the young genius competition this time is held by the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian guessed. Prince of Yong. Suddenly, a young genius from some unknown power or imperial kingdom looked at Prince of Yong and asked respectfully. I wonder if the person that obtains the honor of being the #1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Duan Lingtian and Su Li looked at each other and smiled. Looks like it wasn't only the two of them that were concerned about this. For a time, the young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms, and all the representatives looked at Prince of Yong. Even the spectators that were watching the show looked at Prince of Yong. Obviously, they were all curious. Of course, Prince of Yong's expression remained unchanged when faced with a myriad of gazes, and he nodded. Subsequently, under the focused gazes of the numerous burning gazes, Prince of Yong continued. Today, the person that becomes eminent in the Young Genius competition held by our Darkstone Empire's imperial family, and seizes the honor of being the #1 young genius of the empire will obtain the Void Fuse fruit that our imperial family has prepared for him. Void Fuse fruit. As soon as Prince of Yong said this, everyone present was moved. Void Fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and his eyes burned with extreme desire. No matter if it was the Void Refining fruit, Void Reserve fruit, or this Void Fuse fruit that Duan Lingtian had consumed earlier, all of them were spirit fruits consumed by Void Prying stage martial artists. The medicinal strength of the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit were equal. The medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit was instead the sum of the two spirit fruits from before. Moreover, it wouldn't conflict with the medicinal strength of the two spirit fruits from before. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian had consumed the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit earlier, the situation of the medicinal strength gradually decreasing wouldn't occur after he consumed the Void Fuse fruit. The Void Fuse fruit is able to allow a martial artist that has just broken through to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage to break through to the Void Initiation stage in one go in a short period of time. Someone cried out in shock. Instantly, the atmosphere of the scene was lit ablaze. I'm determined to obtain the Void Fuse fruit. In your dreams. This Void Fuse fruit is surely mine. I think all of you are dreaming. The Void Fuse fruit is surely mine. The group of young geniuses started debating. Everyone was filled with confidence towards themselves. Void Fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with bright lights, and he had a resolute expression. With the medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit, once I consume it, I might even be able to break through 2 levels in one go in a short period of time and step into the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. In this way, even if I'm unable to obtain the Ageless Root and refine the Rebirth Pill before the Dynasty Martial competition of the Dark Han Dynasty, I'll similarly have the chance to break through to the Void Initiation stage as soon as possible. So long as I break through to the Void Initiation stage, I'll work together with the other 8 people to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's mood surged to the extreme. The Ageless Root was too difficult to come by. He didn't dare completely place his hopes on it. Whereas now, the Void Fuse fruit would be another opportunity for him. I wonder if there's an existence at the Void Initiation stage or above amongst the young geniuses present. If there is, I'll surely not be a match for them. Whereas even if he obtains the Void Fuse fruit, it wouldn't be of much use. At that time, if I use a grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for it, I presume he wouldn't refuse. If there's no existence at the void initiation stage or above, I wonder if there's a 9th level void prying stage inscription master present. An existence like this is the most troublesome to me. My soul skill, 1000 illusions, is useless, and he probably wouldn't give up the void fuse fruit for a grade 4 spirit weapon. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun, he was slightly worried as he thought up to this point. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out with the intention of detecting the cultivations of the young geniuses present. But his spiritual force had only just stretched out. He noticed 3 spiritual forces that were even stronger than him sweeping over, and it shocked him to the point he hurriedly withdrew his spiritual force. Void initiation stage spiritual force? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and then he looked towards the high platform. Looks like there are 3 more inscription masters on this high platform. Earlier, I used my spiritual force to detect King Yong, and the reason they didn't react was probably because they were afraid of King Yong's dignity. Earlier, when I wanted to detect the ability of the young geniuses of the various powers, their spiritual forces appeared. Duan Lingtian quickly guessed this. Of course, even if those 3 inscription masters noticed Duan Lingtian's spiritual force, they didn't know exactly who the owner of the spiritual force was. After all, Duan Lingtian had withdrawn his spiritual force at the first possible moment. On the other hand, because Duan Lingtian didn't follow those 3 spiritual forces, he was unable to discover who the owner of those 3 spiritual forces was. Looks like I can only take one step at a time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, if he were to use his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of the young geniuses present, it was very likely that he would be obstructed by those 3 inscription masters. Chapter 579. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. When faced with the temptation of the void fuse fruit, most of the young geniuses, including him, were filled with yearning. Only 2 people seemed to not care in the slightest. Su Li, Long Yun. They each have a master that came from the foreign lands. Perhaps they've already consumed the void fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. The effect of the void fuse fruit would be greatly reduced the second time it was consumed, and the assistance it provided was next to nothing. Su Li, you've consumed the void fuse fruit? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Su Li via voice transmission. Su Li nodded when he heard this, and he replied via voice transmission. Not long ago, Master gave me a void fuse fruit. I haven't completely digested the medicinal strength. So long as I completely digest the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit, it'll be sufficient for me to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. Void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at Su Li with slight astonishment. Su Li, you've comprehended sword concept? Su Li said that so long as he finished digesting the medicinal strength of the spirit fruit, he'd be able to directly break through to the void initiation stage. These words were sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian's imagination to run wild. Yes. Su Li nodded lightly. I comprehended it 2 months ago. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian was right. He comprehended sword concept 2 months ago? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Li's comprehension ability shocked him. Thinking back to that day, Su Li had appeared before Duan Lingtian as a sword cultivator. The red-clothed youth that showed outstanding talent in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had actually grown to such an extent today. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Even if Su Li's cultivation was accumulated by Su Li's master from the foreign lands using various treasures of heaven and earth. However, Su Li's comprehension of concept was completely dependent on his own comprehension ability. Su Li's comprehension ability could be said to be shocking. Su Li was simply a sword cultivator that was born for the sword. Duan Lingtian, I'll do my best in the Young Genius competition this time. If I obtain the first, then I'll give the void fuse fruit to you. Su Li's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more. It made Duan Lingtian's body tremble slightly. He could hear the sincerity in Su Li's promise. Warmth rose in his heart. Su Li, don't underestimate me. The current you might not be a match for me. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice and laughed. His tone was filled with confidence. I'll wait and see. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with anticipation. Right at this moment, King Yong, who stood on the high platform, spoke out once more. Now I'll give all of you 15 minutes to rest and reorganize. After 15 minutes, the Young Genius competition this time will officially begin. 15 minutes. Hearing the Prince of Yong's words, the originally tense group of young talents all breathed a sigh of relief. A portion of them started to stretch their limbs. The young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms were in a state of mutual hostility. Duan Lingtian, I'll defeat you today. A voice that was filled with confidence sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't turn around, he was still able to discern that this was the voice of the saber young master, Long Yun. I really look forward to it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and he seemed to not take Long Yun's words to heart. Looks like it's just as revered Elder Wei said. There's really no one left in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. An extremely mocking voice sounded out by the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian was the first to look over with a frown. He saw a young man around the age of 35 walk over shoulder to shoulder with another 4 young men around the age of 30, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and the others with mocking expressions. The person that mocked them was precisely the young man around the age of 35. 2 little kids that I've never heard of in the past actually occupy 2 of the positions of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like the so-called 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are only a joke. Another young man ridiculed. Ridicule appeared on the faces of the other 3 young men. Right when the faces of Luozhan, Chan Xiaoshui, and Long Yun went grim. Idiots! Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 5 of them as he slowly spat out 2 words. Right at that instant earlier, Duan Lingtian received Qi Ming's voice transmission. He found out about the identities of these 5 people. The 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Whereas the old fellow that went against Qi Ming earlier was precisely the revered elder of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and he was one of the 2 representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. That old fellow was called Wei Kuan. So, Duan Lingtian wasn't the slightest bit courteous to the 5 people that took the initiative to provoke him. What did you call us? The expressions of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom went grim. Haha. Luozhan started laughing loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and wanton. You idiots, is there something wrong with your ears? I heard long ago that the Bazo Imperial Kingdom is filled with idiots. Now that I've seen it today, it really deserves its reputation. Chan Xiaoshui ridiculed as well, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Obviously, Chan Xiaoshui and the others had received the reminder of Qi Ming's voice transmission, and they knew the identities of these people. Trash. Long Yun glanced at the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom with contempt, and his eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, Long Yun stood on the same side as Duan Lingtian and the others. They represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They shared honor and disgrace with outsiders. Idiots? Trash? The faces of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were livid, and their bodies were even angered to the point of shivering. When had they been humiliated like this? All of you are courting death. The young man around the age of 35 from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Once the young genius competition begins, I'll surely trample all of you beneath my feet. I'll let all of you know who's the real trash. All of you've infuriated me, all of you are dead. The other young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom licked his dry lips, and his gaze was filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. You 2 little kids, your hair hasn't even grown fully, yet you dare come to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition. Today, I'll surely teach all of you a good lesson. Another young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li with a gaze filled with viciousness. The remaining 2 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had killing intent flickering within their eyes without exception. Then we'll see. Luozhan sneered. Along with the departure of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the area Duan Lingtian's group of 5 were at return to calm. This was only a small incident. It didn't even draw the attention of many people. Only the 4 representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and Bazo Imperial Kingdom paid attention to this. 15 minutes of time passed by quickly. Now a combat ring master will ascend each of the 9 combat rings, and the others can go up and challenge them one-on-one. In the end, the 9 great combat ring masters and the number 1 young genius of the empire that's capable of defeating the 9 combat ring masters will be decided. King Yong stood up once more, and his extremely sonorous voice sounded out. Only spirit weapons can be utilized in the young genius competition today, and no other external forces are allowed. King Yong continued. Other external forces included inscriptions and other forces that didn't belong to one's own. Duan Lingtian, where's little gold? Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian's shoulder and asked curiously. In the past, the little gold mouse had always stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and he'd already become accustomed to it. Earlier, he felt that Duan Lingtian was missing something. Through King Yong's reminder, he finally recalled the little gold mouse. I don't know where it is now. It's lost. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Got lost? Luo Zhan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. How did it get lost? Chen Xiaoshui asked. Even though Su Li didn't ask, he looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. It's a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian sighed. Sandstorm? Luo Zhan and the others were first stunned, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing their expressions to go pale. Duan Lingtian, you went to the southern desert of the Dark Han dynasty? Chen Xiaoshui took a deep breath and asked. In the Dark Han dynasty, only the southern desert of the Dark Han dynasty's territory had a sandstorm. This was something that anyone with a bit of common sense knew clearly. Luo Zhan and Su Li were no exception. You didn't die even after encountering a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. Long Yun looked at Duan Lingtian as battle-intent sword in his eyes. Looks like even the heavens want you to lose at my hands. Long Yun, you seem to be extremely confident of yourself now. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Long Yun. The latter raised his head, and his face was filled with pride. Duan Lingtian, why did you go to the southern desert of the Dark Han dynasty? Su Li asked via voice transmission. His tone was filled with bewilderment. I originally intended to go take a look at the Dark Han dynasty, but unexpectedly, I actually entered the southern desert by mistake. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. He didn't speak the truth. After all, the rebirth pill was his secret. Perhaps Su Li wouldn't covet his rebirth pill. But the temptation of the rebirth pill was truly too great. Even Su Li's master that came from the foreign lands would probably be unable to resist the temptation of the rebirth pill. So, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not expose the rebirth pill, for the sake of protecting himself and the people by his side. Su Li nodded with sudden understanding and didn't doubt it. Meanwhile, there were already 9 young geniuses that were the first to ascend the 9 combat rings, and they became the first arena masters of the combat rings. Besides the 9 young geniuses that followed up, the remaining young geniuses stood outside the combat rings as spectators. In next to no time, the 9 fierce battles began. On the 9 combat rings, numerous figures moved like the wind as sabers and swords moved about, and the battles were like a raging fire. 12 4th level void prying stage martial artists, 6 5th level void prying stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw through the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes above the 18 people on the combat rings. In next to no time, the outcome of the 9 combat rings was decided successively. 6 5th level void prying stage young geniuses obtained victory as they wished. On the other 2 combat rings, one of the 3 4th level void prying stage martial artists relied on the might of the spirit weapon in his hand, and the other 2 relied on the force that surpassed their opponents to defeat their opponents. Good. Good. Oh. Chapter 580. Bang. 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 Numerous deafening noises sounded out from the 9 combat rings. It was the numerous figures that were either standing on the combat rings or floating in the air above the combat rings that were fighting each other until the outcome was decided. Occasionally, there would be someone that wasn't able to admit defeat in time and was killed. Every time this happened, the expression of the representative of the power that the young genius that was killed belonged to would be extremely gloomy. But they didn't dare do anything. The Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition had a rule. So long as one ascended one of the 9 combat rings, one had to either leave the combat ring far away and admit defeat, or open their mouths and admit defeat. Otherwise, even if one died, it would be a meaningless death. It's that person from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Suddenly, Qian Shaoshuai's voice caused Duan Lingtian to recover from his shock. Duan Lingtian followed Qian Shaoshuai's gaze and looked over. One of the 5 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had already ascended the combat ring. His opponent was a 5th-level void-prying stage young genius that had comprehended half-step advanced force. Their ages were similar. "You're not a match for me." The young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke indifferently with a voice that was cold like ice. "We'll only know if I'm a match for you after we try." His opponent naturally couldn't bear to see his arrogance, and directly attacked. Whoosh! The figure of the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom swayed like the wind as he stepped on origin energy that skyrocketed beneath his feet, and it was suffused with strands of azure-colored energy. Half-step advanced wind force. The strength of this young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom was equal to his opponent. But because of the advantage of wind force and speed, his opponent was unable to keep up with his speed. "Don't flee if you have the balls." His opponent's expression was gloomy as he shouted out furiously, "As you wish." At the instant he finished speaking, the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom turned around and pounced towards his opponent. Swish! A swift 3-foot-long blade whistled out, and it was filled with raging origin energy as it fiercely stabbed towards his opponent. Clang! The sound of iron colliding sounded out as the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom easily blasted open the spirit saber in his opponent's hand. Subsequently, swish! The spirit sword in his hand was sent into his opponent's chest, and it passed through his body. His opponent had been killed by him. Pinger! Immediately on the high platform, an old man stood up trembling. His voice was incomparably mournful. The gaze he shot at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was filled with killing intent. "Sit down!" A dignified voice rang out, causing the old man to tremble and obediently sit back down. The owner of the dignified voice was precisely the Prince of Yong. In next to no time, someone dragged the corpse of the young genius away. Grade 5 Spirit Sword. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had watched the battle from the beginning to the end. The reason the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was able to win was because he relied on the Grade 5 Spirit Sword in his hand. His opponent only had a 6th grade spirit artifact. After the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom killed his opponent and obtained victory, he looked provocatively at the place Duan Lingtian and the others were at, and he laughed in ridicule in a loud voice. "Trash of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom! Do any of you dare come up and battle me? The trash from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" The words of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom caused the gazes of most people present to become strange. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his figure moved slightly, intending to ascend the combat ring. Slap! Unexpectedly, a hand descended onto his shoulder first and stopped him. "I'll do it." The person that stopped him was precisely Qian Shaoshuai. Swoosh! Qian Shaoshuai's figure flashed to descend onto the combat ring. "Not bad, you finally have some courage. I thought that the members of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were all cowards." The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Qian Shaoshuai with eyes filled with killing intent. "But since you've ascended the combat ring, then don't think of leaving alive." As soon as the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom finished speaking, the surroundings went into an uproar. This young man wants to kill this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Look at his attack earlier. It was extremely ruthless and without the slightest mercy. This young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is probably doomed. I don't think so. Since this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dares ascend the combat ring, I presume he's extremely confident of himself. Think so as well. The surrounding spectators whispered in discussion. Some looked favorably upon the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and some looked favorably upon Qian Shaoshuai. "How's your strength amongst the 5 people from Bazo Imperial Kingdom?" Qian Shaoshui looked indifferently at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he asked indifferently, My strength can only be considered to be at the bottom amongst the 5 people from my Bazo Imperial Kingdom, but it's more than enough to deal with you. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom grunted coldly as he spoke with disdain. Is that so? Qian Shaoshui laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Remember properly on the road to hell. The person that kills you is one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you look down upon, Sword Young Master. Qian Shaoshui's words were spoken word by word. Along with him finishing speaking, whoosh! Qian Shaoshui moved, and he instantly approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. 5th level of the void prying stage. Many people present couldn't help but be stunned, as they never imagined that Qian Shaoshui was only a 5th level void prying stage martial artist. He's actually at the 5th level of the void prying stage as well? Many people broke out in cold sweat for Qian Shaoshui. This fellow is actually still pretending to be weak to eat the strong. Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze. He'd seen through Qian Shaoshui's cultivation since long ago. Presently, Qian Shaoshui was already in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Whereas the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom had even more disdain in his eyes when he saw Qian Shaoshui flash over and reveal a strength at the 5th level of the void prying stage. When he saw Qian Shaoshui arrive nearby before him and condense a sword with a raise of his hand, and he didn't even utilize a spirit weapon. Since you want to seek death, then I'll let you die. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom shouted out coldly, and the sword in his hand casually swung out. He couldn't even be bothered to utilize his full strength in this sword strike. He only utilized the strength of 9,000 plus ancient mammoths. As far as he was concerned, there was utterly no need for him to utilize his full strength against an arrogant 5th level void prying stage martial artist that didn't utilize a spirit weapon. Qi Ming, your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom Sword Young Master is probably going to die at the hands of a young genius from my Bazo Imperial Kingdom today. Ha 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 ha. On the high platform, an arrogant voice transmission sounded out by Qi Ming's ears. Wei Kuan, aren't you happy a little too early? Qi Ming wasn't willing to show weakness, and he sneered as he replied via voice transmission. Practically at the instant that the revered elder of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, was stunned. A tremendous change had occurred in the situation on the combat ring. The origin energy on the sword condensed from origin energy in the hand of Qian Shaoshui, who approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, abruptly skyrocketed. The 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky had instantly increased to 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. 6th level of the void prying stage. He concealed his cultivation. At this instant, the same thought emerged in the minds of everyone present. Wei Kuan's face went grim, and then he consoled himself. So what if he possesses the strength of 8,000 ancient mammoths? Presently, it's already too late for him to utilize a spirit weapon, unless he comprehended advanced force. Otherwise, he'll die for sure. Swish! Along with the sword condensed from origin energy in Qian Shaoshui's hand flashing out, it transformed into a bolt of lightning that moved to intercept the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Strands of peerlessly sharp aura started to jump about on the bolt of lightning in Qian Shaoshui's hand. Whoosh! In the sky, another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The 10,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes converged into an ancient horned dragon silhouette that coiled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Advanced sword force. Instantly, many people in the surroundings of the combat ring shouted out in shock. How could this be possible? Wei Kuan even left his seat as his face went grim. He was still consoling himself earlier. It ought to be impossible for this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom Sword Young Master to comprehend advanced force. Yet at this instant, the young man had played an enormous joke on him. He had really used the minute force. Qian Shaoshui's sword strike that contained the strength of an ancient horned dragon whistled out to blast away the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. At the instant, the young man's face went grim and intended to utilize an even stronger strength. Swish! The sword that was condensed from origin energy in Qian Shaoshuai's hand was sent into the throat of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, along with his origin energy dispersing. A hideous bloody hole appeared on the throat of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and fresh blood seemed as if it was free as it ceaselessly gushed out. No, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom stretched out his hand to hold tightly onto his throat, and his body trembled as he struggled to look at Qian Shaoshuai. After a short moment, fresh blood dyed his hands red. Bang! Finally, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom crashed to the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. Of course, he wasn't surprised that Qian Shaoshuai was able to kill this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. He was surprised that Qian Shaoshuai didn't even use a spirit sword to kill the young man. Carelessness caused him to die instantly. But even if he wasn't careless, even if he exerted his full strength, so long as Sword Young Master utilized a spirit sword, he would similarly be able to kill him instantly. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. At the moment Sword Young Master, Qian Shaoshuai, ascended the combat ring, the fate of this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was already determined, and it was irreversible. 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Advanced Sword Force. Grade 5 Spirit Sword. If an existence like this wanted to kill a martial artist that had merely comprehended half-step Advanced Wind Force and was only at the 5th level of the Void Prying stage, it couldn't be any easier. I never imagined that he would have comprehended Advanced Sword Force. Duan Lingtian looked at Qian Shaoshuai and sighed in his heart. Even though he'd used his spiritual force to detect Qian Shaoshuai's cultivation since long ago, but he was completely unaware of Qian Shaoshuai's comprehension of sword force. There's actually a person with such comprehension ability in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Look at his age, he's only a little over 30. Comprehending advanced sword force is truly shocking. I've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This sword young master seems to be only ranked 4th. What? He's only ranked 4th? Doesn't that mean that there are 3 people that are stronger than him? On the high platform, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms discussed animatedly. Some of the representatives of the imperial kingdoms had heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 581. As Sword Young Master displayed his astonishing strength, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was well known by the people present. After all, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the numerous imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. Many people of the Darkstone Empire hadn't even heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom before today. Ranked 4th among the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Now many people were looking forward to it. They anticipated that the top 3 of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would make a move. On the other hand, the expressions of Wei Kuan and the other representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom that sat on the high platform were extremely unsightly. Especially Wei Kuan. Just now, he was still being smug in front of Qi Ming. In this short while he slapped his own face. He couldn't help but feel extremely ashamed. Reverend Wei, thank you for letting me win. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan, who had an unsightly expression and spoke via voice transmission. There was no lack of schadenfreude in her tone. Wei Kuan's body trembled slightly as his eyes flickered with cold killing intent. His gaze quickly descended onto the young man around the age of 35 amongst the 4 remaining young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Chongxian, go kill him. The person Wei Kuan called out was precisely the strongest person from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. The 4 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, including Chongxian, were extremely ashamed and furious at the instant they saw their companions being killed. Now, when Chongxian heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, his eyes emitted frightening cold lights as he nodded lightly. Whoosh! Chongxian's figure moved, flying out and standing on the battle arena, facing off against Qian Shaoshuai. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom Sword Young Master? Today I, Chongxian, the number 1 figure in the younger generation of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, will battle you. Chongxian said in a deep voice. His cold eyes were fixed on Qian Shaoshuai. He was looking for an opportunity. An opportunity to catch Chen Xiaoshui off guard and kill him in one fell swoop. Sword Prince. Duan Lingtian, who was outside the combat ring, withdrew his spiritual force that swept towards Chang Xian, and he frowned as he sent a voice transmission into Chen Xiaoshui's ears. He's a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. 7th level void prying stage? Chen Xiaoshui's pupils shrank when he heard this. Chang Xian dared to come out at this time. He knew that Chang Xian was stronger than the person he had just killed, but he never thought about it. This Chang Xian was actually a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian, how did you know? Chen Xiaoshui was stunned. Don't ask so many questions now, just admit defeat. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly when he saw the elemental energy on Changxian's body begin to fluctuate. He used his elemental energy to urge Chang Xian. I admit defeat. Chen Xiaoshui heard the urgency in Duan Lingtian's words. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly admitted defeat. Admit defeat? This scene caused everyone present to be stunned. They were originally looking forward to a fierce battle. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? You actually admitted defeat? Chang Xian looked at Chen Xiaoshui with a gloomy expression. The yuan power on his body gradually rose. You're at the 7th level of the void prying stage, and you ought to possess a grade 5 spirit weapon. Even if you haven't comprehended advanced force, I'm still not a match for you. Chen Xiaoshui smiled and left the combat ring in a poised manner. Only Chang Xian's expression went grim. How did you know? At the instant Chang Xian's expression went grim, the origin energy on his body rose to the limit. Whoosh! In the sky above him, an ancient horned dragon silhouette condensed into form, and it was lifelike. It's really the 7th level of the void prying stage. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Damn it! On the high platform, Wei Kuan's expression was unsightly to the extreme. How does this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master know of Chang Xian's cultivation? Qi Ming instead started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Duan Lingtian, thank you. After Chen Xiaoshui left the combat ring, he stood by Duan Lingtian's side and looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouette in the sky above Chang Xian, and he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. When did you become so polite? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he replied via voice transmission. If it wasn't for you reminding me, I wouldn't have been able to escape death if I wasn't prepared. Chen Xiaoshui had a serious expression. Sword young master, how do you know that he's a 7th level void prying stage martial artist? Luozhan looked at Chen Xiaoshui and asked curiously. Chen Xiaoshui shrugged and smiled, and he didn't say anything. Luozhan thought that Chen Xiaoshui had something that was difficult to say, and he didn't ask any further. Perhaps Luozhan never imagined no matter what. Earlier, it was utterly not Chen Xiaoshui that saw through Chang Xian's cultivation. Duan Lingtian, how did you do it? Chen Xiaoshui asked Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. It's a secret. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Chen Xiaoshui, and Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes in return. But he discerned that Duan Lingtian didn't want to say, so he didn't continue pursuing the matter. Do members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom only know how to flee in the face of battle? They don't even have the courage to battle me, Chang Xian. How lamentable. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice of ridicule sounded out. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and the others went grim as they glared angrily at Chang Xian, who stood on the combat ring. What are you glaring at? Could it be that I'm wrong? Does anyone in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dare battle me? Chang Xian ridiculed. The members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are trash as expected. Exactly a group of trash. The other 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others had become the center of attention. Even the battles on the other 8 combat rings weren't watched by many people. Right at this moment. Humph! A cold snort sounded out abruptly. Subsequently, a swift figure dashed out like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had flashed onto the combat ring and stood in confrontation with Chang Xian. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian originally intended to ascend the combat ring and put an end to Chang Xian's might. But never had he imagined that the saber young master, Long Yun, had ascended the combat ring before him. Is the saber young master a match for him? Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui were slightly worried. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian and Su Li practically spoke at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. Subsequently, the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Su Li being so confident towards Long Yun, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they couldn't be considered to be familiar with Long Yun, but Long Yun now represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and shared both honor and disgrace with them. They naturally hoped that Long Yun would be able to win. Looks like your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom really doesn't have anyone else. Your age seems to be even younger than that sword young master, right? Changxian looked at Long Yun and said with disdain, Changxian, don't kill nameless people. Who are you? State your name. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that all of you look down upon, saber young master. Long Yun's tone was calm and didn't contain the slightest emotion. Saber young master. As soon as Long Yun finished speaking, it gave rise to a wave of shocked exclamations. Saber young master? Looks like he's one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I wonder what rank this saber young master is ranked amongst the 5 great young masters. Many people were bewildered. I've heard of saber young master. This saber young master is the person that's ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Some people that knew the answer. What? The one that's ranked at the bottom? There's no one else in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Instantly, many people were dumbstruck. Saber young master? You're courting death. On the high platform, Wei Kuan revealed an insane smile. As far as he was concerned, a figure that was ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters, and his strength might even be inferior to the sword young master, yet he actually dared to ascend the platform, simply courting death. But when he saw Qi Ming sitting there with a calm expression, his heart couldn't help but jerk as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Chong. Right when he intended to stop Changxian, he noticed that Changxian had already made a move. Saber young master? Ranked at the bottom of the 5 great young masters? At the same time that Changxian ridiculed, his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning. If there's an afterlife, remember well, don't stand out. Changxian's words obviously took Long Yun to be a dead man. Changxian's figure flashed out as a spirit saber that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared out of thin air in his hand. The spirit saber was suffused with origin energy as it tore through the sky and swept towards Long Yun. In the sky, 4,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient horn dragon silhouettes. Obviously, the spirit saber in Changxian's hand was a grade 5 spirit saber. Hiss! Along with the origin energy leaping on the grade 5 spirit saber in Changxian's hand, strands of fiery red energy gradually condensed into form. Instantly, the spirit saber in Changxian's hand transformed into a flaming saber that slashed towards Long Yun. Another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Advanced Fire Force. An ancient horn dragon silhouette took the lead and dragged along 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes behind it as it charged towards Long Yun. Advanced Fire Force. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui's faces went grim, as they never imagined that Changxian had actually comprehended Advanced Fire Force. For a time they broke out in cold sweat for Long Yun. On the high platform, Qi Ming's expression became serious as well. As for Wei Kuan, when he noticed Qi Ming's serious expression, he started laughing instead. His gaze once again returned to the combat ring. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Long Yun being killed by Changxian. At that time he would be able to hold his head high and flaunt his might before his old rival Qi Ming. Not bad. At this moment, even King Yong couldn't refrain from speaking out and nodded with praise. This caused Wei Kuan to be even more excited, as if he'd taken stimulants. Do you think only you've comprehended advanced force? Right when most people thought that Long Yun would be killed by Changxian, Long Yun finally made a move. The origin energy on Long Yun's body skyrocketed as the spirit saber in his hand swept out, and a swift saber light accompanied by origin energy and saber force condensed into a demonic lotus that moved to intercept the flaming saber in Changxian's hand. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the demonic lotus that was formed from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand easily destroyed the flaming saber. Ah! A miserable shrill cry resounded out in the surroundings, and it caused most people present to be unable to refrain from shuddering. In next to no time the shrill cry stopped abruptly. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, Chang Xian fell. Eighth level of the void prying stage. On the high platform, the representative of some power looked at the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun and cried out in shock. For a time, Long Yun, who was on the combat ring, had become the absolute center of attention. Long Yun, Saber Young Master. The last of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 582. Impossible. On the high platform, the representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, and the other representative stood up together, and both of them stared blankly at Long Yun, who was on the combat ring. They were unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Amongst the 5 young geniuses from their Bazo Imperial Kingdom that had come this time, Chang Xian was undoubtedly the strongest. He possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage, comprehended advanced fire force, and even possessed a grade 5 spirit saber to rely on. However, even so, he was still killed. Most importantly, Chang Xian was killed by someone from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was unbearable for them, because their Bazo Imperial Kingdom had a rare mineral vein that was situated at the common border of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They'd been incompatible with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom since long ago. It was even to the extent that every 20 years, the 2 kingdoms would hold a martial competition between the young geniuses of the 2 kingdoms. The winner would get the right to mine the lode. For many years, it had always been the Bazo Imperial Kingdom that obtained the right to mine. So, in the eyes of the members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had always been trampled beneath their feet. Today, the young genius of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had killed the number 1 genius in the younger generation of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom with a single strike, and it was something that they were slightly unable to accept. How is that possible? Chang Xian was killed by him. 8th level of the void prying stage. An 8th level void prying stage martial artist has actually been born in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The expressions of the remaining 3 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were extremely unsightly. When they looked at Long Yun, who was on the combat arena, their eyes were filled with terror. Subtle saber force. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Long Yun, and tempestuous waves arose in his heart. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Besides that, he used a grade 5 spirit saber this time. Looks like he hit his strength during the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 1 year ago. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still remembered that the spirit saber Long Yun used that day was only a grade 6 spirit saber. Looks like we've already been left far behind by Long Yun. Luozhan looked at Chen Xiaoshui with a wry smile. Crazy young master, has your fire force broken through to the advanced stage? Chen Xiaoshui asked. Not yet. Luozhan shook his head and sighed. Now I'm at the bottom amongst the few of us. Luozhan's words were filled with sorrow. He, crazy young master, was the leader of the 5 great young masters that were widely known in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But now, his strength had already been surpassed by Chen Xiaoshui and Long Yun, who were ranked at the end amongst the 5 great young masters. This made him feel very uncomfortable. The 3 of you. Come at me together. Long Yun stood on the combat ring with his saber held horizontally before him, and his fierce gaze descended onto the remaining 3 young geniuses of Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he spoke indifferently. 1 against 3. Instantly, the crowd burst into an uproar. This Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's saber young master is so arrogant. He's arrogant because he has the qualifications. If it was another person, that person would probably not even be a match for that Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Chang Xian. The faces of these 3 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom have gone pale. Looks like they don't dare ascend. Didn't you hear what Chang Xian, who was killed by Saber Young Master, said earlier? Chang Xian was the number 1 figure in the younger generation of Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Even the first person was killed. Are you still counting on them? The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. When these words entered into the ears of the three young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, it caused them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. But when faced with Long Yun's challenge, they instead tacitly didn't move in the slightest. Their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, and they were unable to move in the slightest. If someone carefully observed them, the person would surely be able to notice that the bodies of these three people were currently shivering. What a joke! Even Chong Xian was killed. If they went up, wouldn't they be looking for a beating? The three of them were only 6th-level void-prying stage martial artists. All of them had only comprehended half-step advanced force. Although all of them possessed grade 5 spirit weapons to rely on, they felt that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to be a match for Long Yun. Trash. Long Yun grunted coldly and spoke with disdain. Haha. Wei Kuan. Looks like the members of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are only a group of cowards. You don't even dare ascend when fighting 3 against 1. On the high platform, Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan with a voice transmission that was filled with complacency. Wei Kuan's face sank, yet he was speechless. This time, the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had lost a great deal of face. The three of you ascend the other combat rings later, and try your best to provoke the 2 youngest people of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As for that slightly older person, don't offend him. Wei Kuan's voice transmission entered into the ears of the remaining 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Right in the next moment. Duan Lingtian was originally chatting idly with Su Li when he suddenly felt 3 burning gazes lock onto him and Su Li, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Duan Lingtian, looks like the members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom have taken the 2 of us to be soft persimmons. Su Li smiled. Then let's see if they have the ability to crush us. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Since the trash of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom don't dare ascend the combat ring, is there anyone else that wants to battle me, Long Yun? Long Yun's voice was like a sonorous bell as it sounded out. I'll do it. Right at this moment, a figure that was like the wind flashed out to ascend the combat ring. This was a young man around the age of 35 with a handsome appearance and eyes that were like an array of stars, and he had a graceful bearing as he stood there. The young man was dressed like a scholar, and he held a folding fan in his hand. This folding fan wasn't an ordinary folding fan. There was only the frame of the fan and not the surface of the fan. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he discerned the background of the folding fan in the young scholar's hand. Darkstone Empire's Imperial City's Gao clan. Gao Yuhai. The young scholar looked at Long Yun and lightly smiled. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Long Yun. Long Yun replied indifferently. Please. Gao Yuhai's bearing was graceful, and even if he was facing a battle with Long Yun, he still revealed his bearing. It's young Master Yuhai. Young Master Yuhai is so handsome. Young Master Yuhai, I love you. Waves of sharp voices sounded out from the surrounding crowd of spectators. The owners of these voices were all women, and there was no lack of beautiful widows amongst them. This Gao Yuhai looks like he's putting on airs. Chan Xiao Shui grunted. Sword young master, why do I feel your words are slightly sour? Luozhan smiled. Sword young master is probably jealous of him, right? Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head. I'm jealous of him? Chan Xiao Shui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. I can't be bothered with you. On the combat ring. Swoosh. Long Yun chose to gain the initiative by striking first, and his figure flashed out as if transforming into a fierce tiger that pounced towards Gao Yuhai. Gao Yuhai daring to ascend the combat ring was undoubtedly because he was extremely confident of his own strength. He didn't dare care. Demonic Lotus Blade Technique. The origin energy on the grade 5 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand skyrocketed before converging to transform into a demonic lotus, and it was like a fierce tiger that had opened its bloody mouth as it bit towards Gao Yuhai. Long Yun had utilized his full strength in the first move. The origin energy of the 8th level of the void prying stage exploded out completely. The amplification of the grade 5 spirit saber was fully displayed. There was also advanced saber force. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow under the escort of over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. On the other hand, The smile on Gao Yuhai's face had been completely restrained. Swoosh! In the next moment Gao Yuhai moved. He actually chose to greet Long Yun head-on, and the origin energy on the folding fan in his hand skyrocketed and mixed with strands of fierce aura as it swept towards the demonic lotus that came along with Long Yun. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Advanced Saber Force. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Gao Yuhai revealed a cultivation at the 8th level of the void prying stage. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was the force Gao Yuhai executed. It was actually Advanced Saber Force as well. Gao Yuhai's Saber Force perfectly fused into the folding fan in his hand, and it swept out horizontally as if transforming into a crescent moon that collided with the demonic lotus. Clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding abruptly sounded out, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Amongst the surrounding crowd of spectators, some people with comparatively lower cultivations felt their eardrums hurt from being pierced, and their faces flushed red as their bodies trembled. Bang! Vast origin energy and saber force abruptly collided together. Instantly the air seemed to have been sucked out. Vast airflow swept out with the point of collision as the center, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of ripples that gave rise to waves of violent winds. The clothes of the people present were successively blown up by the wind. However, no one paid attention to this point. The gazes of everyone descended onto the combat ring. All of them were curious about the outcome. On the combat ring, the two people that collided with each other separated along with this. Chapter 583. I never imagined that this saber young master has actually cultivated an earth-ranked defensive martial skill. Moreover, it seems to not be an ordinary earth-ranked defensive martial skill. If it was a low-grade earth-ranked defensive martial skill, then even if it was cultivated to the perfection stage, it might not be able to withstand young Master Gao's attack. Cultivating an earth-ranked defensive martial skill with earth force and earth concept is the way to go. An earth-ranked defensive martial skill cultivated with other forces and concepts is greatly lacking in the end. It's very likely that the earth-ranked defensive martial skill cultivated by this saber young master is a middle-grade or high-grade earth-ranked defensive martial skill. The surrounding crowd of spectators moved in succession. Even the representatives of the various factions and imperial kingdoms on the high platform had a grave expression on their faces. Although a low-grade earth-ranked defensive martial skill that was executed with force and concept other than earth was rare, it wasn't impossible for them to obtain it if they wanted it. But a defensive martial skill of this level wasn't of much use to martial artists whose strengths were close to the void initiation stage, or even above the void initiation stage. Even if it was executed, it would be like paper before an opponent with a similar strength. On the other hand, a middle-grade and high-grade earth-ranked defensive martial skill was different. A middle-grade earth-ranked defensive martial skill was extremely useful to a void initiation stage martial artist. Of course, once a martial artist at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above attacked with his full strength, practically all of them were able to disregard a middle-grade earth-ranked defensive martial skill. As for high-grade earth-ranked defensive martial skills, they were quite useful before one stepped into the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. For a time, many gazes that looked at Long Yun were filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. All of this was only because of the earth-ranked defensive martial skill Long Yun executed earlier. The other 8 combat rings were extremely bustling. The 8 combat ring masters were ceaselessly replaced, and their strengths grew stronger and stronger. Whereas the combat ring Long Yun was in didn't have anyone challenge him for now. Duan Lingtian. Long Yun stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and his eyes were filled with burning battle intent. But, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the intention to pay attention to him. Meanwhile, one of the 3 remaining young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had defeated the combat ring master on another combat ring and became the new combat ring master. You, do you dare to come up and fight me? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Su Li as he shouted with a low voice. Suddenly there was a burst of booing around. People from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom are specifically picking on soft persimmons? Amongst the 5 young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Besides the saber young master that's already on another combat ring, the sword young master has fought as well, and only the other 3 people haven't fought. One of them is the oldest, and he's probably a figure that's ranked in the top amongst the 5 great young masters. As for the other 2, they shouldn't be at the level of the 5 great young masters. These 2 people, the older one seems to be only 27 or 28 years old, and the younger one seems to be only 25 years old. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Many people scoffed at the choice of the youth from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Suli, he wants to challenge you and me? Do you want to go first or should I? Duan Lingtian looked at Suli and asked with a smile. I'll go first. As soon as Suli finished speaking, he'd already leaped onto the combat ring and stood in confrontation with the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. You're a figure amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom seemed to want to confirm Suli's identity. No. Suli spoke indifferently. Meanwhile, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes were suffused with a bloody sheen. Then don't think of returning alive this time. You want to kill me? A strand of killing intent was faintly brewing in the depths of Suli's gaze. Of course. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke as a matter of course. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glance at the young man with pity when he heard the ruthless words that the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke. This fellow, a mere 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist, wants to kill Suli? Then let's see if you have the ability. Suli laughed instead of being enraged. But the killing intent in the depths of his gaze had already been brewing. Humph. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom grunted coldly. Then his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning as he shot towards Suli. In his hand, the Grade 5 spirit weapon's origin energy skyrocketed, and it carried strands of gentle blue-colored energy half-step advanced water force. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was escorted by over 2,300 ancient mammoth silhouettes, as they gushed towards Suli's 6th level of the void-prying stage. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Die! The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom shouted out explosively as he pounced towards Suli with the intention of killing Suli with a single strike. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was only inches away. Suli made a move. In Suli's hand, origin energy gradually pulsated to instantly form a 3-foot-long blade, and the tip of the blade flickered with origin energy, causing it to be extremely swift and fierce. Along with Suli's origin energy pulsating, an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air in the sky above him while being escorted by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Ninth level of the void-prying stage. Instantly someone exclaimed in shock. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Only now did the people present realize that Suli's current actions didn't utilize force, nor did he utilize a spirit weapon. Only pure origin energy drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to form an ancient horned dragon silhouette, and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This was obviously the symbol of a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. So strong. Presently, the young geniuses from the various powers and imperial kingdoms were all fighting in the ring. This included the young geniuses that were fighting intensely on the other 8 combat rings, and all of them stopped successively as they stared blankly at the phenomenon above Suli, 9th level of the void-prying stage. This Suli, Qi Ming and Prince Shang couldn't help but be moved. Slap. On the other hand, the representative of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, exerted strength in his hand to shatter the armrest of his chair without him realizing it. He's a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Quickly admit defeat. At the same time, Wei Kuan hurriedly sent a voice transmission to pierce into the ears of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom that was pouncing towards Suli. But would he still be in time? Swish. On the combat ring, after Suli condensed a 3-foot-long blade with origin energy in his hand, he abruptly pierced it towards the combat ring beneath his feet. Right at this instant, strands of extremely sharp aura suddenly stretched out from the 3-foot-long blade in Suli's hand. Whoosh. At that moment, another silhouette of an ancient horned dragon appeared in the sky. Bang! At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy in Suli's hand descended onto the combat ring. whereas he was instead carried flying by the recoil, and he easily avoided the menacing strike of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. In the next moment, Su Li moved behind the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. I admit. Meanwhile, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom received Wei Kuan's voice transmission, and he opened his mouth with the intention of admitting defeat. But he didn't have the time to say the word lose. Swish! A 3-foot-long blade that was like a stroke of genius pierced through his back. Along with the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy dispersing. Bang! Fresh blood sprayed violently from the chest and back of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and his entire body fell into a pool of blood. After twitching a few times, he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. But besides the few people from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the others didn't have the time to care about his life and death. The gazes of most people descended onto the combat ring in unison, and it descended onto the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were accumulating force and waiting to attack in the sky above the red-clothed young man. 1. First level sword concept. 9th level of the void prying stage without using a spirit weapon. Yet with the addition of the strength of an ancient horned dragon, this red-clothed young man from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has comprehended first-level sword concept. This red-clothed young man has already taken half a step into the void initiation stage. He's entirely capable of breaking through to the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition of the Dark Han dynasty begins. He'll surely occupy one of the 10 positions today. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Su Li's strength had shocked them. 9th level void prying stage. First level sword concept before the age of 30. King Yong's sonorous voice slowly sounded out. What's your name? King Yong's gaze descended onto the red-clothed young man as he asked. Instantly, many young geniuses present looked at Su Li with envy. After all, not just anyone was able to make King Yong take the initiative to ask for their name. Su Li, on the combat ring. Su Li nodded to King Yong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Su Li, I'll remember you. King Yong lightly smiled as he nodded, and he was extremely kind to Su Li. Alas, revered Elder Wei, I'm truly sorry. These little fellows are too impulsive and don't know how to show mercy. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan and shook his head as he sighed, and then he said via voice transmission, why don't you take the remaining 2 young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom and leave, so as to avoid only 2 people from the 7 of you returning in the end? Qi Ming. Wei Kuan's body trembled, and he was angered to the point his face flushed red and his eyes almost split apart. His throat felt sweet and he almost spat out blood. On the other hand, the remaining 2 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom glanced at each other, and they were able to see terror in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, no one else ascended the combat ring Su Li was in to battle him. The 2 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom each occupied a combat ring. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be considered to be in the limelight this time. Yeah, such 2 monstrous geniuses have actually appeared in a tiny Imperial Kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 ought to be able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Dark Han dynasty. Many people looked favorably upon Su Li and Long Yun. Time silently passed by. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui ascended the other combat rings successively. But unfortunately, with their strengths, they were still unable to become arena masters that no one could challenge. Duan Lingtian, the 2 of us probably have no fate with those 10 positions. Everything will depend on you, Su Li and Long Yun. Luo Zhan sighed. No wonder they say that the experts in the empire are numerous like the clouds. I originally thought that my strength could already be considered to be not bad since I broke through to the 6th level of the void prying stage. But today, if I don't possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above, it would be extremely difficult for me to become one of the final 9 arena masters. Chen Xiaoshui deeply agreed. Don't be discouraged. Besides Su Li and Long Yun, all these martial artists at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above are older than all of you. When all of you are of the same age as them, you might not be inferior to them. Chapter 584. Luozhan and Chan Xiaoshui nodded when they heard Duan Lingtian's words of consolation. But the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl into a wisp of bitterness. Duan Lingtian noticed the disappointment of Luozhan and Chan Xiaoshui. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his words of consolation didn't have any effect, and then he sent a voice transmission into the ears of Luozhan and Chan Xiaoshui. Both of you don't have to belittle yourselves. No matter if it's Su Li, Long Yun or I, all of us obtain fortuitous encounters while wandering the outside world to attain our current accomplishments. If we didn't have fortuitous encounters, we might not be able to compare to both of you. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. When Luozhan and Chan Xiaoshui heard Duan Lingtian, their dim eyes abruptly lit up at this moment. Fortuitous encounter. Both of them looked at each other, and they saw tacit understanding in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian didn't really pay attention to this. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto one of the two remaining young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. This person ascended the combat ring and battled a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist on the combat ring. In the end he obtained victory. Moreover, his ability was completely revealed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. 6th level of the void-prying stage. Half-step advanced force. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, amongst the 5 of you, it seems that only you haven't ascended the combat ring. You occupied a position from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you wouldn't have come just to watch the show, right? The young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom stood on the combat ring and looked at Duan Lingtian with a provocative gaze. Do you dare ascend the combat ring to battle me? This caused the people that originally intended to ascend the combat ring to battle the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom to stop moving. They were happy to watch the show. For a time, Duan Lingtian had become the absolute center of attention. This young man is one of the 5 great young geniuses from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Up until now, he hasn't ascended the combat ring. He looks to be around the age of 25, and he's even younger than Su Li, just like before. The people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom like picking soft persimmons. Haha, they were just treating Su Li as a soft persimmon. I'm dying of laughter. I wonder if this young man has Su Li's talent and comprehension ability. I don't think so. Even in our Darkstone Empire, Su Li's natural talent and comprehension ability can be considered to be at the top. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that descended onto the combat ring, confronting the youth from Bazho Imperial Kingdom. On the other hand, when the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom saw Duan Lingtian so straightforwardly ascend the combat ring, he felt slightly guilty. He had originally thought that the other party would not dare to enter the arena. This way, he would be able to humiliate the other party without restraint. What? Do you regret provoking me? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom and spoke indifferently. The expression of the youth from Bazo Imperial Kingdom sank slightly. He did regret it, but could he say it out loud? Could he afford to lose face like this? How about this? I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended outside the combat ring, and it descended onto the last young genius from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. You come up together. I alone challenge both of you. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone became slightly heavier. Of course, if both of you don't dare, then you can admit defeat. Duan Lingtian's face quickly revealed a brilliant smile, and he seemed as if he'd already firmly believed that the 2 young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom would admit defeat. Deliberately mystifying things. On the high platform, Wei Kuan grunted coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression as if he'd already seen through Duan Lingtian's tricks. There were 2 reasons why Wei Kuan would think like this. Firstly, he saw Qi Ming frown. Secondly, he didn't feel that this violet-clothed young man that was only around the age of 25 was strong. Huangdong Hu Wei, since he insists on courting death, then both of you properly fulfill his wish. Wei Kuan's voice transmission sounded out. The 2 young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wei Kuan. Since you want to court death, then Hu Wei and I will send you off. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom outside the combat ring, Huang Dong, flew out and descended onto the combat ring. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Hu Wei, and they stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian together. Wait! Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from the high platform. It was Qi Ming who looked at King Yong and said with a serious expression, King Yong, these two young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom are going 2 against 1. And it seems to violate the rules of the competition between young geniuses, right? Qi Ming. King Yong hadn't spoken when Wei Kuan couldn't help but ridicule. Earlier everyone present heard it clearly. It was a member of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that threatened to challenge the joint forces of 2 young geniuses from our Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Now you want to go back on your word. Do you still take King Yong seriously? Wei Kuan's words were spoken with a strong sense of righteousness. Begin. King Yong finally spoke out and tacitly agreed to the 2 young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. It was just as Wei Kuan had said. This matter was started by the people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all. Since they spoke out, then they had to pay the price. Qi Ming sat back down with an extremely unsightly expression. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Ming and was slightly bewildered. What's Vice Dean Qi doing? He doesn't have confidence in me? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity while those 2 young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom don't know your ability. Kill them before they admit defeat. An excited voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Vice Dean Qi, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He was able to discern that this was Qi Ming's voice transmission. But Qi Ming, who was on the high platform, instead seemed to be a different scene. In next to no time he came to an understanding. Qi Ming was intentionally showing weakness to make the 2 representatives of Bazo Imperial Kingdom let down their guard. He's really an old fox. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, we'll send you on your way right now. The Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Huang Dong and Hu Wei revealed frenzied smiles as their figures flashed out to dash out. They utilized all their ability as soon as they attacked. 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Half-step advance force. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 figures that were swift like the wind flashed out like 2 venomous snakes that had gone berserk, and they bit towards Duan Lingtian in unison. It was as if they wouldn't stop until they bit Duan Lingtian to death. Idiot! A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and a dim light flashed deep within his eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into his soul brand and executed his soul skill. An illusory space instantly enveloped Huang Dong and Hu Wei. Duan Lingtian instead stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Has this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom gone mad? Is he courting death? The surrounding crowd of spectators were all dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian, who didn't make the slightest move when facing the joint attack of the 2 people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was courting death. But in the next moment, they were all stunned in unison. Heavens! What did we see? Under the gazes of everyone present. At the instant that the attacks of Huang Dong and Hu Wei were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, they actually turned abruptly and flashed to the side. Huang Dong and Hu Wei split up and charged towards the empty space at both sides of the combat ring. They executed their attacks towards the air. It was as if they'd gone mad. For a time, besides the few people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that were prepared since long ago, all the people present were shocked. Including King Yong, they were completely dumbstruck. The entire square at the center of the Imperial City was filled with streams of people, yet it was terrifyingly silent at this moment. Only waves of heavy breathing could be heard. What ability is that? King Yong was the first to recover from his shock, and he had a serious expression. Have these 2 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom gone mad? They're actually attacking the air. They've gone mad. The surrounding crowd of spectators gradually recovered from their shock as well. On the high platform, the expressions of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Wei Kuan and the other representative were unsightly to the extreme. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, what are the 2 of you doing? Wei Kuan's voice transmission pierced into the ears of Huang Dong and Hu Wei. But the two of them seemed as if they'd utterly not heard his warning, and they remained indifferent and still exerted all their strength to attack the air. When Wei Kuan instinctively looked at Qiming, he instead noticed that Qiming was looking at him as well. At this moment, there wasn't the slightest trace of worry on Qiming's face. Wei Kuan suddenly realized, perhaps I've been tricked by Qiming. Look quickly. They're killing each other. All of a sudden someone shouted. Wei Kuan glanced over. Yet he noticed that his Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Huangdong and Hu Wei had actually started attacking each other, and their eyes had gone completely red. Who can tell me what the fuck is going on? When he saw Huangdong and Hu Wei attacking each other with all their strength, and if this continued, they would sooner or later perish together, Wei Kuan's face went gloomy, and he felt that he was about to go mad. Especially when he saw the violet-clothed young man from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom standing at the side of the combat ring and watching the show leisurely. Boo! Wei Kuan's vital blood roiled, and he was angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 585. Ha 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 ha. Huangdong's laughter completely suppressed the whispers of the surrounding crowd. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Yet his hand moved instead. He slowly raised his hand and pointed out with his finger. Instantly, swish! An origin energy point force that was condensed into form was accompanied by an ancient horned dragon silhouette in the sky as it whistled out, and it moved menacingly as it pierced into the space between Huangdong's brows. Pooh! A light sound sounded out as a bloody hole appeared between Huangdong's brows, and he fell stiffly onto the ground without making a single sound. He couldn't be any more dead. Henceforth, the 5 great young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were all dead. On the high platform, the representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, and the other representative by his side had livid expressions, and their bodies started trembling intensely. The 5 young geniuses of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom had actually all died. Moreover, they died right before their eyes. These 5 people were the future pillars of the Imperial Kingdom. Qiming. Under his embarrassment and rage, Wei Kuan looked at Qiming as he sent a voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness. It's you, it's all you. All of this was because you intentionally dug a hole for me to jump into. It's you that caused their deaths, it's you. Qiming slightly turned his head when he heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, and he glanced at Wei Kuan as if he was looking at an idiot. Wei Kuan, even if it was a hole I dug, it seems to be your choice whether to jump in or not, right? Now you still want to push all the blame onto me? First think properly about how you'll give an explanation to the Emperor of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom after you return. Ha 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 ha. Qiming's voice transmission was filled with an excited laughter. In the past, because of the competition for mineral veins between the two kingdoms, although the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Bazo Imperial Kingdom didn't go to war, they were like fire and water. They wished for nothing more than to annihilate each other. Now, when he saw the 5 most outstanding young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had all died, Qiming was extremely happy as well. Moreover, as far as Qiming was concerned, all of this was because of the provocation of Wei Kuan and the 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Otherwise, the outcome might not be like this. As the saying goes, leave some leeway for everything so that we can meet again in the future. This sentence was obviously something the people of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. 7th level of the Void Prying stage. At this moment the crowd was in an uproar. After Long Yun and Su Li, the purple-clothed young man on the fighting ring became the focus of attention of the entire place without any surprise. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is really heaven-defying this time. First, an 8th level Void Prying stage martial artist, and a 9th level Void Prying stage martial artist appeared. Now, the youngest one is actually a 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist. Based on his age, he's at most around the age of 25. Such natural talent is sufficient to make all the young geniuses of our Darkstone Empire feel ashamed. After today, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's name is bound to spread throughout the entire Darkstone Empire. To put it crudely, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is completely on fire. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. His words were filled with emotions. Duan Lingtian. Luozhan and Chan Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian with smiles on their faces. They were happy for Duan Lingtian. Of course, in their hearts, they were still somewhat shocked. Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. This was something they did not know beforehand. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage? Long Yun stood on the combat ring and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was on the other combat ring, and his expression went slightly gloomy. His natural talent is actually so strong? Even though Long Yun himself had broken through to the 8th level of the void prying stage. In a short year, having such an improvement was sufficient to shock anyone. But only he knew. The reason he was able to have such an improvement was entirely because he'd successively consumed 2 spirit fruits during this year. One of the spirit fruits was even the same as the reward given to the person that obtained the honor of being the #1 young genius in the empire. Both of them were void fuse fruits. So he didn't have much desire towards the void fuse fruit now. Besides obtaining the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire and participate in the Dynasty Martial competition, his objective was to defeat Duan Lingtian. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian's demonic technique is useful to me now that I've broken through to the 8th level of the void prying stage. Long Yun thought in his heart. Where exactly did this Duan Lingtian learn this demonic technique? Even Master doesn't know the ins and outs of his demonic technique. As far as Long Yun was concerned, this was extremely inconceivable. After all, his master was the strongest existence he'd seen in his entire lifetime. Even his master was unable to see through Duan Lingtian, and this caused him to be slightly unable to accept it. Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me. A wisp of a smile appeared on Su Li's cool face now. He'd gotten acquainted with Duan Lingtian when he was 18 years old. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only a 16-year-old youth. Later on, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed time and time again caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. When they passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and entered Paladin Academy in unison, he was even left far behind by Duan Lingtian. At that time, he'd once thought that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian in his entire lifetime. Unexpectedly, the numerous unexpected events later on allowed him to encounter his current master. Whereas he'd completely caught up to Duan Lingtian and even surpassed Duan Lingtian. This was something he didn't dare imagine in the past. Not bad, not bad. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. What's your name? King Yong's burning gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked with a light smile. Under the numerous gazes of envy and jealousy, Duan Lingtian nodded to King Yong. King Yong. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Immediately, the people present deeply remembered this name. Duan Lingtian? Ling. What a good name. King Yong lightly smiled as he nodded. I hope you're able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Dark Han Dynasty. I look favorably upon you. I look favorably upon you. King Yong's short sentence pushed Duan Lingtian to the peak of the storm. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Prince Shang, who sat by Qi Ming's side, was livid. He never imagined that in a moment of carelessness, Duan Lingtian would actually have such a great breakthrough. The eyes of all the young geniuses from the various powers and imperial kingdoms had gone completely red. I'll go against you. In next to no time, a blue-clothed young man flew up the combat ring to stand in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. This was a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist with the same cultivation as Duan Lingtian, and he even possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon to rely on. However, it was precisely because he'd only comprehended half-step advance force that he was blasted off the combat ring by Duan Lingtian in a single move. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't use a soul skill. As far as he was concerned, an existence like this wasn't sufficient for him to utilize a soul skill. As for the 2 people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom from before, he'd done it entirely for the sake of teasing them. The repeated provocations and killing intent they revealed towards him caused him to feel extreme rage that came from the bottom of his heart. Advanced wind force. The people present were once again shocked by Duan Lingtian. He was only around the age of 25, yet possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage, and it was already sufficient to shock others. Now he'd even revealed advanced wind force. Perhaps, the natural talent and comprehension ability of this Duanling Tian isn't inferior to Su Li at all. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, what a miraculous place, is actually able to give birth to such a monstrous genius. If I have the chance, I'll surely go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and pay my respects to that miraculous place. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed with emotion. At this moment, the young geniuses present truly realized how terrifying Duanling Tian was. Meanwhile, many ring masters that no one challenged had appeared on the other combat rings. Practically all these ring masters were existences at the 8th level of the void prying stage. There were only 2 combat rings, and there were still 4 7th level void prying stage martial artists competing. Duanling Tian, right? I, Zhongnan, will go against you. A figure flew up onto the combat ring Duanling Tian stood on. As expected, it drew the attention of everyone present. It's Zhongnan. Zhongnan has finally made a move. Zhongnan is the 3rd strongest person in the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the void prying stage, and he's even comprehended 1st level earth concept. Zhongnan's strength isn't inferior to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Su Li. The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar. The 3rd strongest person in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? Duanling Tian sized up the young man before him with surprise. The young man was around the age of 35 with an ordinary appearance, and he belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. 9th level of the void prying stage, comprehending 1st level earth concept, and he's actually only the 3rd strongest person in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? Duanling Tian was shocked in his heart. Looks like it's very likely that his guess from before was correct. It's very likely that there's an existence at the void initiation stage or above amongst the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Even though I have the suspicion of bullying the weak in our battle, but I subconsciously feel that you're not as simple as you seem on the surface. Zhongnan had a serious expression when facing Duanling Tian. What do you mean? Duanling Tian couldn't help but be stunned, not to mention you defeating that 7th level void prying stage martial artist earlier. You obviously used unusual methods when dealing with those 2 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. This time Zhongnan had condensed his origin energy into voice transmission and sent it into Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. When everyone felt that the 2 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had gone mad, this Zhongnan had actually seen through an inkling of it. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a completely black rod appeared in his hand. Grade 5 Spirit Rod? Duanling Tian's brows raised as he noticed at the first possible moment that the rod in Zhongnan's hand was a Grade 5 spirit weapon. Zhongnan was also the first person Duanling Tian had seen that used a rod in the recent few years. The rod was the ancestor of weapons. In this world, when weapons like sabers, swords, and spears hadn't been born, the weapon everyone used was the simplest rod. So, the rod could be said to be the ancestor of all weapons. Of course, even though the rod was simple, it wasn't an easy thing to use well. Even though the rod didn't have the edge of a saber or sword. Chapter 586. I heard that 1 month ago, Zhongnan relied on the Grade 5 spirit rod in his hand to forcefully smash a 9th level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force to death with a swing of his rod. Yeah, Zhongnan's martial skill, 1000 Mass Rod, is too overbearing. Supposedly, the 1000 Mass Rod is a high-grade Earth rank martial skill. Zhongnan relied on the 1000 Mass Rod to comprehend Earth force all the way. And now he has even comprehended Earth concept. The surroundings went into an uproar when they saw the spirit rod appear in Zhongnan's hand. Duanling Tian heard the discussions in the surroundings, and he deeply realized that Zhongnan wasn't simple. My spiritual force is currently at the 9th level of the void prying stage. Whereas, although this Zhongnan is a 9th level void prying stage martial artist, he has comprehended 1st level Earth concept. I wonder if the illusory space created by my soul skill, 1000 illusions, will be able to seal him. Duanling Tian's thoughts spun as he thought of many things. He'd already made a decision in his heart. If his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, was useless against this person, then he would directly admit defeat. Be careful. Needless to say, Zhongnan was extremely open and upright, as he took the initiative to warn Duan Lingtian before making a move. Subsequently, Zhongnan raised his leg and stomped on the ground, causing the combat ring to tremble as if the earth was quaking. Instantly, along with the origin energy on Zhongnan's body raging, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was surrounded by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Along with Zhongnan's origin energy, an earthen yellow-colored energy appeared. Another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air. First-level Earth concept. He still wants to rely on the energy of the Earth? Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but go slightly grim when he saw Zhongnan's entire body gradually forming a strange connection with the Earth at this moment. Instantly, another 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Zhongnan. This was the energy of the Earth Zhongnan relied on with his first-level Earth concept. This wasn't the end. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy on Zhongnan's body pouring into the Grade 5 spirit rod in his hand, another 5,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. In the end, Zhongnan exerting his full strength and drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth caused the unusual phenomenon to be fixed on the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes. If they don't fight far from the ground, even Suli would not be Zhongnan's match. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely solemn. Furthermore, this Zhongnan had comprehended the earth intent. It was likely that he had also practiced an earth-rank defensive martial skill. Boom! Zhongnan took a step forward, and the ground on the combat arena cracked apart, like a spider web that swept out in all directions at this moment. It was as if Zhongnan had transformed into the god of the earth, and he was in control of the boundless divine force of the earth. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to lose. Encountering Zhongnan can only be said to be his own misfortune. Zhongnan's strength can be considered to be invincible beneath the void initiation stage in our Darkstone Empire. Unless one is in existence above the void initiation stage, it's practically impossible to defeat Zhongnan. Most of the onlookers were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Only the few people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom looked at the development of the scene before them with slight anticipation. Of course, not everyone looked forward to it. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Shang looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with coldness, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. I hope Duan Lingtian is killed by this Zhongnan. Otherwise, with the progress of his cultivation, not to mention me, even the Azure Forest Trisect might not be able to do anything to him in the future. Extreme coldness arose within Prince Shang's heart. On the combat arena, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a dim light gradually flashed deep within his eyes, and it seemed to have transformed into an evil flame. Victory or defeat will be decided here, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and when Zhongnan took a stride forward with a speed that grew swifter and swifter, charging towards him. Thousand Illusions. His spiritual force pierced into the soul brand and successfully executed the soul skill that belonged to him. An illusory space that he just constructed enveloped Zhongnan within it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. He was deeply afraid that the illusory space would be destroyed by Zhongnan's first-level earth concept. Along with the passage of time, although the illusory space was lightly trembling, it wasn't damaged in the slightest, and this caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but heave a sigh of relief. Looks like the illusory space constructed by my current spiritual force isn't afraid of first-level concept. But if it's second-level concept, then the strength of the illusory space would probably be destroyed. Duan Lingtian discerned this from the reaction of the illusory space. Since a first-level concept was unable to destroy the illusory space constructed by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, then he was now the ruler of the small world that Zhongnan resided in. He could control Zhongnan's life and death. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhongnan made a move. But when they saw Zhongnan still heavily smashed out his rod after Duan Lingtian dodged, and it blasted towards the air, they were completely dumbstruck. Could it be that Zhongnan has gone mad as well? Right when the group of people were astonished and bewildered, Zhongnan swung out his rod once more, and this time it smashed towards the air on the other side. This caused the surrounding people to be speechless. King Yong, this Duanling Tian wouldn't have utilized an inscription, right? An old man that sat by King Yong's side couldn't help but ask. He didn't utilize an inscription. King Yong shook his head, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He'd roamed freely throughout his entire life, yet it was the first time he'd seen such a strange scene. This feeling, it's as if Zhongnan has fallen into an illusory formation constructed from an inscription formation. How exactly did this Duanling Tian accomplish it? At this moment in the eyes of King Yong, the violet-clothed young man on the combat ring was mysterious to the point it caused him to be unable to help but be shocked. Swoosh! On the combat ring, Zhongnan smashed out with his rod once more. This time he was already standing at the edge of the combat ring, yet he seemed to not have noticed in the slightest. It's time to end it. Duanling Tian shrugged and slowly walked towards Zhongnan before standing by Zhongnan's side. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duanling Tian's hand pressed down on Zhongnan's back, and with a casual push he pushed Zhongnan off the combat ring. Zhongnan had lost. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Isn't this too strange? Duanling Tian and Zhongnan aren't putting on an act, right? They're surely putting on an act. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing possibly occur? I think this isn't a coincidence. Don't forget those two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom from before. Their appearances at that time were more or less similar to the current Zhongnan. Yeah, if it's only putting on an act. Would those two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom be willing to be killed by Duanling Tian? The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly, and all of them were shocked by Duanling Tian's ability. Duanling Tian. A wisp of a bitter smile suddenly appeared on Su Li's face. He knew. Even if he went against the current Duanling Tian, he would lose without a doubt. Zhongnan's strength wasn't inferior to his. It was even to the extent that if they fought on the ground, then Zhongnan would rely on the energy of the earth to easily defeat him. Yet now Duanling Tian had defeated Zhongnan on the ground. Even though Duanling Tian hadn't defeated Zhongnan with actual strength, but Zhongnan had indeed lost. In a battle between martial artists, the process wasn't important, and what was important was the outcome. I originally thought that I would be able to leave Duanling Tian far behind this time, but unexpectedly, he has already caught up. Su Li sighed lightly in his heart. How could this be possible? On the other combat ring, Long Yun had an expression of disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. He felt that he was far from being a match for Zhongnan. But Duanling Tian had defeated him. At this instant, Long Yun felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Even if Su Li went against Zhongnan, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the slightest confidence to win. But Duanling Tian defeated Zhongnan instead. Long Yun realized that if he wanted to defeat Duanling Tian, he probably had to defeat Su Li first. Unknowingly, Duanling Tian had even left Su Li behind. Duanling Tian, on the high platform, the astonishment on Qi Ming's face gradually dispersed, and replacing it was a dense smile. On the other hand, the expression of the nearby Prince Shang was extremely unsightly. This Duanling Tian is actually so terrifying now. I'm afraid no one below the void initiation stage is a match for him. Tempestuous waves arose in Prince Shang's heart. Duanling Tian was invincible below the void initiation stage. Prince Shang. Right at this moment, a voice transmission sounded out by Prince Shang's ears. Prince Shang looked at Qi Ming with a bewildered expression. He was able to discern that the person who sent the voice transmission was precisely Qi Ming. I know that you hate Duanling Tian to the bone because of the incident in the cage battle arena, and the humiliation the young prince suffered, but I still hope that you're able to bury the hatchet with Duanling Tian. Qi Ming continued via voice transmission. You've seen Duanling Tian's current accomplishments as well. He's going to the Dark Han dynasty for sure. It's even to the extent that his future is limitless. In the future, it'll probably be impossible for you to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Since it's like this, why don't you bury the hatchet with him? I'm willing to act as a go-between for both of you, how about it? I believe that Duan Lingtian is still willing to give me this face. Qi Ming's words were filled with good intentions. Prince Sheng's body shook. Bury the hatchet? Isn't this asking me to take the initiative to admit defeat? If it's like this, where's my dignity? But when he thought about it carefully, Qi Ming's words did indeed make sense. I'll consider it. Prince Sheng took a deep breath and replied via voice transmission with a deep voice. Qi Ming nodded and wasn't surprised. If Prince Sheng agreed directly, perhaps he would doubt Prince Sheng's sincerity. As a revered elder of the imperial family, he was extremely clear about Prince Sheng's character. Why are there so many monstrous geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The two representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had livid expressions. Especially Wei Kuan. His eyes had unknowingly been tainted with a wisp of crimson red. If he could, he wished for nothing more than to directly charge down the high platform and slaughter the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to vent the hatred in his heart. But his reason told him that he couldn't do this. Chapter 587. King Yong was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire since over 10 years ago, an existence that had taken half a step into the void interpretation stage. After over 10 years had passed, if someone said King Yong hadn't stepped into the void interpretation stage, there would probably be no one that would believe it. Looks like Duan Lingtian has obtained a fortuitous encounter since he left by himself this time. Luo Zhang glanced at the nearby Chan Xiaoshui and sighed. Perhaps we can't shut ourselves behind closed doors. We ought to go take a look at the outside world as well. Chan Xiaoshui's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Meanwhile, along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his spiritual force, the illusory space constructed by the soul skill Thousand Illusions vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Zhongnan, who was pushed down the combat ring by Duan Lingtian, reacted at this moment. After he felt the strange gazes converged onto him from the surroundings, he knew that he'd lost completely and utterly. When he thought of the scene he faced earlier, Zhongnan realized at the first possible moment that everything was an illusion. It was like a dream. Thank you. Zhongnan nodded to Duan Lingtian, and after lightly smiling, he ascended the other combat ring. A 7th-level Void Prying Stage Arena Master had just been born on that combat ring. When he saw Zhongnan ascend, this 7th-level Void Prying Stage Arena Master directly admitted defeat and passed the position of Arena Master to Zhongnan. This Zhongnan is slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Earlier, when Zhongnan thanked him, he naturally knew what Zhongnan was thanking him for. It was none other than thanking him for showing mercy. After all, he was entirely capable of killing Zhongnan earlier. But he didn't do this. To Duan Lingtian, there was no deep enmity between him and Zhongnan. Whereas, Zhongnan didn't reveal killing intent towards him from the beginning until the end. So there was no need for him to kill Zhongnan. Meanwhile, there was another combat ring, and 2 7th-level Void Prying Stage martial artists were fighting intensely. After a short moment, a 7th-level Void Prying Stage martial artist won, and became the Arena Master. But he'd only just become the Arena Master when a figure that was like a bolt of lightning lightly descended onto the combat ring. This was a young man around the age of 35. He wore green clothes, and his ordinary face was strained as if someone owed him money. He Long is finally going up. He Long is the publicly acknowledged #2 expert in the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the first level of the Void Initiation stage, and he has even comprehended first-level wind concept. It's time for him to go on stage. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Whereas that 7th-level Void Prying Stage martial artist that had just become a ring master was obviously a young genius of the Darkstone Empire, and his expression went slightly grim when he saw He Long admit defeat. In the end, he obediently jumped off the combat ring. Since then, a champion had appeared in each of the 9 combat rings. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom occupied 3 out of the 9 ring masters. The Darkstone Empire also had 3 people, and they were He Long, Zhongnan, and Gao Yuhai. Gao Yuhai was precisely that young scholar that lost at the hands of Long Yun earlier, and he ascended another combat ring to become the new master of the ring. Amongst the remaining 3 people, One of them was from the top sect of the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Pill sect. The other two were respectively from two imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. If no one challenges the 9 Great Ring Masters after 10 breaths of time, then the 9 Great Ring Masters can be considered to be decided. At that time, if someone ascends the combat ring, then that person can only compete for the honor of the number 1 young genius of the empire. King Yong stood up from his seat and spoke with a deep voice that was like a sonorous bell. The scene was deathly silent. After a short moment it became bustling. It's finally time for the competition for the number 1 young genius of the empire. But there ought to be no suspense. Of course. Along with the discussions of the surrounding spectators, the gazes of many people descended onto the black-clothed young man that stood at the corner of the combat ring. The black-clothed young man stood there with his eyes closed in meditation. Duan Lingtian followed the gazes of everyone to look over. He's the number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? The black-clothed young man was around the age of a little over 30, and he looked to be even younger than He Long and Zhong Nan. The young man had slanted brows, starry eyes, and an extremely perfect face that seemed to have been carved by a blade. It's time for Emotian to make a move. Emotian is the pride of our Darkstone Empire. Amongst the 10 people that have walked out from our Darkstone Empire, he's the one with the greatest possibility of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Emotian, the number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, and he'll surely fight for an extremely great honor for our Darkstone Empire. The surrounding crowd of spectators were exceedingly excited. They were filled with confidence towards the black-clothed young man. He's called Emotian? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting Emotian's cultivation. But his spiritual force hadn't even approached Emotian when he noticed that the spiritual forces he noticed earlier had coiled around Emotian. Looks like I can only wait for him to ascend the combat ring before I investigate him, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that there was already no need for him to investigate Emotian. Swoosh! Emotian moved. From the beginning until the end, some of the spectators didn't see Emotian's movements clearly. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses only saw a black-colored bolt of lightning flash past. Subsequently, Emotian appeared in the sky at the center of the 9 combat rings, and he stood in midair. Moreover, his eyes gradually opened as well. Emotian's eyes weren't normal black pupils, and they were close to gray in color instead. They looked to be extremely deep and caused one to easily get lost within them. Whoosh! Meanwhile, 4 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above Emotian. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. Emotian broke through again. The surroundings were in an uproar as they were shocked by the cultivation Emotian revealed now. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart, and he stared blankly at Emotian. Emotian looked to be at most 32 or 33 years old, yet his cultivation had already surpassed the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire in all aspects. There's an aura on Emotian that feels slightly familiar. I seem to have sensed it somewhere. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up as he carefully recalled yet was unable to recall where he'd sensed this aura. This aura was filled with gloominess and ruthlessness. Of course, all of this was restrained within Emotian's body, and it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to notice it. Emotian probably obtained some fortuitous encounter to possess his current cultivation, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Not to mention Cloud Continent. Even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, the Darkstone Empire was only a small country kingdom. The appearance of such an existence in a small country kingdom like this was itself a shocking thing. If he didn't obtain a fortuitous encounter, it was practically impossible. He's Emotian? The number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, really deserves his reputation. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. This Emotian seems to not be 35 this year, right? No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform or the group of young geniuses below the platform, All of them sighed with emotion. The vast origin energy on Emotien's body was like a ball of flames that enveloped him within it. Right at this moment, whoosh! Along with strands of material violet-colored energy appearing on the origin energy on the surface of Emotien's body, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Third-level lightning concept. Many people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Emotien, the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, possessed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended 3rd-level lightning concept. Does any of the 9 of you want to challenge me? Emotien stood in the sky as he spoke slowly, and his cold voice carried an extremely domineering tone. For a time, the combat masters on the 9 combat rings looked at each other, yet none of them dared challenge Emotien in the end. Challenging Emotien was simply courting death. 3rd-level Void Initiation stage and 3rd-level Lightning concept was sufficient to stop all 9 of them, including Duanlingtian. Looks like the outcome has already been decided. There's no show to watch after this. Emotien's strength is too strong, and he's utterly not on the same level as the other 9 combat masters. The other 9 combat masters don't even have the courage to battle him. 3rd-level Void Initiation stage and 3rd-level Lightning concept. Emotien's strength is already capable of comparing with the experts of the older generation. Many people in the surrounding crowd were slightly disappointed. Since Emotien revealed such a formidable strength, the honor of #1 young genius in the Empire would undoubtedly belong to him. Duanlingtian, you're not challenging Emotien as well? Zhongnan looked at Duanlingtian as he asked via voice transmission. Even until now, he still felt a slight lingering fear when he recalled Duanlingtian's ability. At that moment his life seemed to be completely controlled by Duanlingtian, and he was at Duanlingtian's mercy. He didn't doubt it in the slightest. If Duanlingtian wanted his life at that time, then he would die for sure. Duanlingtian laughed bitterly when he heard Zhongnan. Challenge Emotien? Not to mention Emotien himself was in existence at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage, and it was far from something the soul skill he executed with his current spiritual force, Thousand Illusions, was capable of interfering with. Even Emotien's 3rd-level lightning concept was sufficient to easily destroy the illusory space he created with his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. His soul skill, Thousand Illusions, had numerous restrictions, and it wasn't omnipotent. It was completely useless when encountering Emotien. I'm not a match for him. Duanlingtian lightly shook his head as he replied to Zhongnan via voice transmission. Zhongnan came to a sudden understanding. Subsequently, Duanlingtian's gaze descended onto the origin energy on Emotien's body. Precisely speaking, he was looking at the violet-colored energy contained within Emotien's origin energy, and it was lightning concept. 3rd-level lightning concept caused the violet-colored energy to have some leaping bolts of lightning within it. If one didn't observe carefully, one would be unable to notice it. Lightning. Unknowingly, Duanlingtian was completely immersed in Emotien's lightning concept. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd pulled open the layer upon layer of fog, and he'd seen a step further into the profundities of lightning. So that's how it is. In the end, Duanlingtian returned to his senses, and a smile suffused his face. As the saying goes, practice is the truth, and the facts are really like this. With today's experience, I've obtained a new comprehension of lightning, and my tempest point will surely be able to attain perfection in a short period of time. Duanlingtian was extremely confident towards this. Chapter 588. Along with Emotien's domineering appearance, the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was nearing its end. Emotien used his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage and 3rd-level lightning concept to deter everyone. He caused the combat masters of the 9 combat rings, the 9 great young geniuses, to not dare challenge him. Since it's like this, then the curtains to the young genius competition this time can be considered to have come to an end. The #1 young genius of the empire is Emotien. King Yong stood up once more, and his voice was like a thunderclap as it sounded out. The other 9 combat masters will obtain the qualifications to head to the Dark Han dynasty and participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The 9 of you and Mo Xian will gather at the Imperial Palace 3 days from now. At that time, the Imperial family will bestow rewards to all of you. King Yong finished speaking in one go. Subsequently, King Yong once again ascended the palanquin, and the 8 Void Stage martial artists carried the palanquin to escort King Yong away. Safe journey, King Yong. Everyone present spoke out respectfully as they sent King Yong's palanquin off with their gazes and vanished behind the clouds and mist in the horizon. The curtains to the Young Genius competition had come to an end. On the high platform, the representative of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, grunted coldly before leaving with another representative. This time, their Bazo Imperial Kingdom could be considered to be unique. They were the only Imperial Kingdom present that had 5 great young geniuses completely annihilated. Qi Ming, our Bazo Imperial Kingdom will remember what happened today. Wei Kuan didn't forget to threaten Qi Ming before leaving. Go ahead. Qi Ming didn't take Wei Kuan's words to heart. Meanwhile, the black clothes of Mo Xian, who was high above in the sky, fluttered rhythmically as he intended to leave. Mo Xian. Duan Lingtian looked at Mo Xian and sent a voice transmission. Instantly, Mo Xian's figure stopped, and his dim and lusterless eyes glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian before asking via voice transmission. Do you need something? Mo Xian's tone contained slight impatience mixed within. I want to make a deal with you. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. A deal? Mo Xian was stunned, and then he asked via voice transmission. Void fuse fruit? You know of it? Duan Lingtian was surprised as he never imagined that Mo Xian would be able to guess his objective. Humph! Mo Xian grunted coldly. Before you, there were no less than 20 people that were interested in the void fuse fruit. However, the benefits they gave weren't sufficient to move me. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Right, it was common knowledge that the void fuse fruit was of no use to Mo Xian. Thus, there would surely be many people that wanted to obtain the void fuse fruit from Mo Xian through bartering. Obviously, no one paid a price that moved Mo Xian. The void fusing fruit is indeed of no use to me. However, if you can't take out something that interests me, I'd rather let the void fusing fruit rot in my hands than give it to anyone. Mo Xian said indifferently. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently and said bluntly, What do you think of a 4th grade spirit artifact? Grade 4 spirit artifact? Mo Xian's pupils constricted when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise. After that, he said, You possess a grade 4 spirit weapon? I'll use a grade 4 spirit sword that can provide a 58% amplification to exchange for the void fuse fruit in your possession. How about it? Duan Lingtian asked directly. Are you sure you want to use a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for the void fuse fruit? Even though Mo Xian's voice transmission was still calm. But Duan Lingtian was able to sense traces of excitement from it. Obviously, Mo Xian was moved. Yes. Are you willing? Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. If you're able to use a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange with me 3 days from now, then I'll give the void fuse fruit to you. Mo Xian agreed. To Mo Xian. His strength and natural talent weren't inferior to the numerous young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. But those extremely outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty more or less possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on. Yet he didn't. If he were to go against those young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, he would undoubtedly suffer a loss. So he'd always wanted to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon. But unfortunately, even in the entire Darkstone Empire, there was only a single grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was in the possession of the imperial family. Supposedly, it was in the possession of King Yong. Yet now, he had the chance to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was even using the void fuse fruit to exchange for it, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. After he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, Mo Xian transformed into a black bolt of lightning that vanished before the eyes of everyone. Meanwhile, the young geniuses on the 9 combat rings walked down from the combat rings successively. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, congratulations. Luo Zhan and Chan Xiaoshui congratulated Duan Lingtian, and Su Li. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he replied. On the other hand, Su Li sighed instead. I heard a long time ago that the Darkstone Empire had a young expert with an extremely extraordinary strength. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. Obviously, Suli was talking about Emo Xian. Suli, there's still 2 years until the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, you might not be unable to catch up to him. Duan Lingtian glanced at Suli with deep meaning as he smiled. Suli shook his head and smiled when he discerned the meaning contained within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He was naturally able to discern that Duan Lingtian's words contained hidden meaning. But he still had the confidence to catch up to Emo Xian 2 years from now. Both of you are freaks. Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and Suli, and then he sighed. Luo Zhan and I have already decided that after we leave the Darkstone Empire's imperial city this time, we won't return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom first, and we'll wander around the world. Yeah. Luo Zhan nodded, and his eyes were filled with yearning. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain fortuitous encounters that belong to us. Otherwise, if we continue to stay in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom behind closed doors, we're bound to be unable to catch up to both of you in this lifetime. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui making such a decision exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. But Duan Lingtian supported them. If a flower in a greenhouse didn't experience the battering of wind and rain, its accomplishments were bound to be limited. This was something that he deeply felt. Then I slightly anticipate the scene when I see both of you again in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard Qi Ming's voice. Subsequently, he saw Qi Ming and Prince Shang walking over side by side. Vice Dean Qi Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Qi Ming. And as for Prince Shang, he was directly disregarded by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Prince Shang has something to say to you. Qi Ming lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he looked at Prince Shang. Duan Lingtian. Prince Shang looked at Duan Lingtian with a flickering gaze, and he took a deep breath before saying, perhaps there was some misunderstanding between us in the past. I hope that from now onwards, the matter between us will be written off and become a matter of the past. How about it? Prince Shang spoke with an extremely oppressive tone. Although he couldn't discern much sincerity, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but be shocked. Who was Prince Shang? The younger brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor, the master of Prince Shang's estate. An existence at the Void initiation stage. Now Prince Shang admitted defeat before me? Duan Lingtian, Prince Shang is extremely sincere. Qi Ming noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to be slightly hesitant, and he interrupted. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Since Vice Dean Qi has spoken, I naturally have no objections to this matter. Prince Shang, the matter between us will be written off at this point. After that, Duan Lingtian spoke to Prince Shang. He couldn't be considered to have any deep enmity with Prince Shang, and since Qi Ming had spoken, he had to give Qi Ming face no matter what. Of course, if Prince Shang was only brushing him off for a moment, and Prince Shang did something that was disadvantageous to him in the future, then he would absolutely not show mercy. Prince Shang nodded and heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Duan Lingtian's improvement had given him too much pressure, so after considering for a moment, he still chose to put down his dignity and take the initiative to seek reconciliation with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he and Prince Shang's estate would probably completely vanish from this world in the near future. This was something he had a strong premonition of. Duan Lingtian. You two ought to be the representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? Suli. Long Yun. Waves of clamorous voices sounded out from the surroundings of Duan Lingtian's group. Only now did they notice that they were surrounded by many people. Duan Lingtian's group hurriedly soared into the sky and left as if they were fleeing. There are still 3 days of time. I hope I'll be able to comprehend advanced lightning force in these 3 days. After returning to the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian started cultivating with all his might. A row of wooden figures were placed in the rear courtyard of the courtyard house, and it was precisely for the use of martial artists when cultivating. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing before these wooden figures. Swish! With a raise of his hand he pointed out with his finger. An advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force swept out. As for his origin energy, Duan Lingtian intentionally suppressed it. Otherwise, wouldn't these wooden figures be directly blasted into powder by him? On the first day, Duan Lingtian carefully savored the things he'd comprehended from the third-level lightning concept on Mo Xian, yet he was still unable to cause his lightning force to break through. On the second day, he'd barely touched the threshold, yet he was still slightly lacking. On the third day, he smoothly broke through. Whirlwind. In the rear courtyard, Duan Lingtian's movements were like the wind as he flashed out. Since he'd comprehended advanced wind force, the high-grade earth-rank movement technique he cultivated, Whirlwind, had smoothly stepped into the perfection stage. The perfection stage whirlwind speed was so swift that it was astounding. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his hand. Swish! With the point of his finger, condensed origin energy shot out, and the advanced wind force and advanced lightning force coiled within it as it swept out. The tempest point force easily swept into a wooden figure in the rear courtyard, and it struck the center of its head. Bang! After the tempest point force fused into the wooden figure, it abruptly exploded. Starting from its head, the entire wooden figure transformed into powder. The wooden figure that was still standing there a moment ago had vanished at this moment. My tempest point can be considered to have officially stepped into the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. Presently, the two forces he'd comprehended had both stepped into the advanced stage. To him, this was an extremely great gain. I hope I'm able to advance my two advanced forces into concept as soon as possible. At that time, when my two concepts are released, it would be the strength of two ancient horned dragons. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Not long after, someone from the Imperial Palace made an appearance and led Duan Lingtian's group of 9 to a heavily guarded place. This was a temporary residence. Every few steps there would be a guard standing guard. The cultivations of these guards. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, he noticed a shocking thing. These guards were actually existences at the void prying stage or above. What's this place? As he looked at the palace before him, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold, and had a cinnabar mole between his brows stepped down from the sky. Behind him, 2 old men followed closely behind him like his shadow. King Yong. Instantly, all the young geniuses present bowed respectfully to King Yong. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian nodded to King Yong as well. Mo Xian. After King Yong descended before Duan Lingtian and the others, he looked at Mo Xian who stood alone at the side, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy coiled around an object before slowly pushing it before Mo Xian. This was a crystalline and translucent spirit fruit that emitted a wave of pleasant smell. The smell of it caused one to be unable to help but feel relaxed and happy. Void fuse fruit. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Instantly, many people looked enviously at the spirit fruit in Mo Xian's hand. Duan Lingtian stared at the void fuse fruit with a burning gaze. Have you prepared it? Under the gazes of everyone present, Mo Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then a spatial ring shot out with a raise of his hand to descend into Mo Xian's hand. Swoosh! With a raise of his hand, Mo Xian passed the void fuse fruit to Duan Lingtian as well. This scene caused everyone including King Yong to be astounded. What did this Duan Lingtian use to exchange it with Mo Xian? Mo Xian is actually willing to give up the void fuse fruit. Even though the void fuse fruit is useless to Mo Xian, but there don't seem to be many things that can arouse Mo Xian's interest. Unbelievable. Most of the people present were curious about what Duan Lingtian gave Mo Xian. After Duan Lingtian received the void fuse fruit, he directly stuffed it into his mouth under numerous envious and jealous gazes before swallowing it in a few mouthfuls. On the other hand, the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit was temporarily stored within his body, and he would utilize it when he cultivated. As expected of the void fuse fruit, its medicinal strength is truly shocking. It's indeed comparable to the void refining fruit and void accumulation fruit combined. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart as he sensed the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit. I ought to be able to rely on this to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. I must break through to the void initiation stage before the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition begins, and then I'll contact the possessors of the other 8 jade swords to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he had a plan in his heart. If I want to become eminent in the martial competition, then it's undoubtedly wishful thinking if I don't possess a cultivation at the void initiation stage or above. Even if it's an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, he might not be able to become eminent and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian's objective was to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and obtain the favor of the powers of the foreign lands. He wanted to use the powers of the foreign lands as a springboard to think of a way to obtain the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara. After that, he would work hard to cultivate and possess a strength that allowed him to roam freely through the foreign lands, even to the extent that he would become the supreme Emperor Wu, and look down upon the heavens and the earth. There's also Kerr and Little Fei, they're in the foreign lands now. If I want to see them, then I must leave the Dark Han Dynasty and head to the foreign lands. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Duan Lingtian's yearning towards his 2 fiancées didn't decrease but increased instead. What he was most concerned about was whether they were doing well now. Duan Lingtian. A voice transmission suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it jolted him awake. What? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li. The voice transmission from before was precisely sent into his ears by Su Li. Duan Lingtian. What did you use as the price to exchange for the void fuse fruit from Mo Xian? Su Li asked curiously. Subsequently he added, of course, if it's inconvenient for you to say, then take it as I didn't ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied via voice transmission. Actually, it's nothing. I just took out a grade 4 spirit weapon and exchanged it for the void fuse fruit. Su Li was his friend. There was nothing to conceal about such a small matter. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, yet it caused Su Li's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. You still have a grade 4 spirit weapon? Su Li's voice transmission was filled with shock. Su Li, I'll give you a grade 4 spirit sword before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Lingtian continued. Give it to me? Grade 4 spirit sword? Su Li was shocked, and he went silent for a moment before asking, Duan Lingtian, could it be that you know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Sort of. Duan Lingtian replied casually. Sort of? Su Li was stunned, and then he shook his head and said, I don't need you to give me a grade 4 spirit sword. I have one myself. But my master doesn't allow me to use it during the selection before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and at the same time, he sighed in his heart. Having a master from the foreign lands was indeed different. A grade 4 spirit sword was easily obtained. In this way, Long Yun ought to have a grade 4 spirit saber as well? Duan Lingtian asked. It isn't just a grade 4 spirit saber. According to my knowledge, he ought to have a grade 3 spirit saber in his possession. That was prepared for him by his master for him to use during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Su Li said. Grade 3 spirit saber? Duan Lingtian was instantly petrified, and he asked after a short moment. In this way you have a grade 3 spirit sword in your possession as well? Yes. Su Li nodded lightly. It's really infuriating to compare with others. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Presently, he was at most able to produce a grade 4 spirit weapon. Yet he was unable to produce a grade 3 spirit weapon. After I consume the void fuse fruit, breaking through to the 9th level of the void prying stage ought to not be a problem. Another step and I'll be at the void initiation stage. So long as I break through to the void initiation stage, I'll be able to condense a grade 3 weapon flame and refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. Presumably, so long as he was able to gather the materials to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon before the dynasty martial competition, he would be able to use a grade 3 spirit weapon. Follow me. Meanwhile, King Yong spoke out, and he led Duan Lingtian's group of 10 to walk towards the imperial residence ahead. Everywhere they passed, the guards on guard outside moved aside. Aren't you going to inspect it? Duan Lingtian looked at Mo Xian, who walked at the other side, and asked via voice transmission, because he noticed that after he passed the spatial ring that stored the grade 4 spirit sword to Mo Xian didn't take it out to inspect it. Is there any need? Mo Xian replied with a question. Duan Lingtian's face froze as he glanced deeply at Mo Xian, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into an arc. Chapter 590. The grade 4 spirit sword Duan Lingtian used to exchange for the void fuse fruit was precisely the sword the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master gave him. King Yong, this is? Duan Lingtian's group of 10 followed behind King Yong and arrived before the pavilion ahead, and someone couldn't refrain from asking. This is the treasure vault of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family. Various rare materials, medicinal pills, and spirit weapons are stored within it. King Yong spoke slowly. Spirit weapon? The eyes of many lit up. Are there grade 4 spirit weapons? King Yong shook his head. Only grade 5 spirit weapons. Instantly, the interest of everyone present waned. But there were a few people that were extremely interested. Even though they possessed grade 5 spirit weapons in their possession, they were temporarily lent to them by the powers they belonged to. Once they were eliminated in the dynasty martial competition, they would have to hand it over when they returned. If they were able to obtain a grade 5 spirit weapon now, it would undoubtedly be a good thing to them. Of course, there were also people like Duan Lingtian and Suli that possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon of their own. These people weren't interested in grade 5 spirit weapons. The treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire has some good things in the end. In next to no time, their gazes couldn't help but light up and were filled with anticipation. All of you remember, every single one of you can only choose a single treasure from within. If anyone is greedy, then blood will splatter. An old man behind King Yong swept Duan Lingtian's group of 10 with a fierce gaze as he spoke with a low voice. Duan Lingtian's group of 10 nodded. What a joke. Stealing treasures under the eyes of King Yong and these two old fellows that were suspected to be at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, wasn't that courting death? Rumble. Rumble. Finally, the door to the Darkstone Empire's treasure vault was opened. The scene that entered their eyes was a dazzling sight, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the others to be dazzled. Right when King Yong intended to bring Duan Lingtian and the others in. Wait! A voice that was pleasant like an oriole suddenly sounded out from the horizon. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but turn around. A yellow figure, as fast as lightning, descended from the sky and landed in front of Duan Lingtian and the others in the blink of an eye. A beautiful yellow-clothed girl appeared in front of the group of people. Even the guards who had heard the commotion were stunned. The person who fell from the sky was actually a young girl. Judging from her appearance, she was at most 15 or 16 years old, a 15 or 16-year-old emptiness realm martial artist. The group of guards felt their scalps go numb. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even the Prince of Yong, the two old men behind the Prince of Yong, and the group of young geniuses were all dumbfounded. Compared to the yellow-clothed girl in front of them, they felt that they had lived like dogs all these years. When they were at their age, it was already not bad to have a cultivation at the origin core stage. Be careful. Right at this moment, Prince Yong seemed to have noticed something, and his face went pale as he shouted out in surprise. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, shot towards Duan Lingtian with the fastest speed possible. Amongst the people present, only Prince Yong, the two old men behind the Prince of Yong, and Mo Xian and He Long were able to clearly see the trajectory of these two bolts of lightning. Hiss hiss, in next to no time, they saw a scene that caused them to be astounded. They saw that a little python had appeared on each side of Duan Lingtian's shoulders. The two little pythons, one black and one white, They were utterly unable to discern what type of snake they were. Presently, the two little pythons were flicking their tongues as they excitedly licked Duan Lingtian's face. Little black, little white. Whereas Duan Lingtian had recovered from the shock of the yellow-clothed young girl's appearance, and he stretched out his hand to grab the two little pythons before sizing them up with a light smile. Big brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, the yellow-clothed young girl looked at Duan Lingtian. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl and was slightly pleasantly surprised. How did all of you know I was here? The yellow-clothed young girl before him wasn't someone else. It was precisely Han Xuanai that took the two little pythons away that day. Big brother Lingtian, little black, little white. And I originally returned to that cave to look for you, but unexpectedly you'd already left, so we came all the way here to look for you. Han Xuanai said with a light smile. I heard you came to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition? It has already ended. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's ended? Han Xuanai drooped her little head and was slightly listless. After that, she seemed to have thought of something and asked. Then what are all of you doing now? This is the treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Palace. We intend to go in and receive the rewards of the Young Genius competition this time, and each of us will choose a treasure. Duan Lingtian said. Treasure? Can I go in and choose with you? Han Xuanai's eyes glowed as her interest was aroused. You'll have to ask King Yong. Duan Lingtian looked at King Yong with embarrassment, and he said via voice transmission with a slightly perturbed expression, King Yong, this little girl is insensible, don't? Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking to remedy the situation. Han Xuanai had already walked before King Yong, and she wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing King Yong, who had a serious expression. Whoosh! Han Xuanai soared into the sky and stretched out her white wrist to lightly pat King Yong on the shoulder. Uncle Red Mole, I want to go in and choose a treasure with Big Brother Lingtian. Is that all right? Xuanai. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Han Xuanai would make such an insane action, and he instantly felt his scalp go numb. Uncle Red Mole? The others were dumbstruck when they heard Han Xuanai, including the two old men behind King Yong. Subsequently, the group of people looked at Han Xuanai with pitiful expressions. As far as they were concerned, even though this young woman was beautiful and possessed extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao, but joking with the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong, like this bode ill for her. King Yong. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and wanted to plead for mercy for Han Xuanai. Of course. King Yong spoke out and interrupted Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. King Yong looked at Han Xuanai with a kind expression and said with a smile, little girl, since you're interested in the treasure vault of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family, then go in with them. You can choose the treasures within and take whatever you want. Thank you, Uncle Red Mole. Han Xuanai's eyes glowed as her figure flashed, and she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that charged into the treasure vault. At this moment, she tossed Duan Lingtian to the back of her mind. Outside the treasure vault, everyone including Duan Lingtian were dumbstruck, and all of them looked at King Yong with disbelief. King Yong is so easy to talk to? Duan Lingtian and some people that weren't familiar with King Yong thought in their hearts. Only some people that had heard of King Yong's deeds had expressions of disbelief. King Yong is actually so courteous to that young woman. Could it be that the young woman has some great background? At this moment, even the two old men that followed behind King Yong thought like this. All of you go in. The smile on King Yong's face was restrained, and he recovered his old-fashioned expression as he spoke indifferently to Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others instantly entered the treasure vault. King Yong, meanwhile, the two old men behind King Yong looked at King Yong at the same time with bewildered expressions. Revered elders, I know what both of you want to ask. We can't afford to offend this young woman. King Yong sighed, and there was slight fear in the depths of his gaze. The two old men were instantly petrified when they heard this. Can't afford to offend? These words were spoken by King Yong? In next to no time, they thought of the accomplishments the young woman had obtained at such an age, and they couldn't help but come to a sudden understanding. Perhaps this young woman is the beloved daughter of the higher-ups of those top powers in the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian followed the crowd to walk into the treasure vault. But traces of bewilderment were mixed within his heart from the beginning until the end. The change in King Yong's attitude was too strange. Could it be that Xuanai sent a voice transmission to King Yong earlier and told him of her background? In the end, Duan Lingtian could only think like this. According to his knowledge, the yellow-clothed young woman, Han Xuanai, was from the foreign lands. According to his guess, there was an enormous power behind Han Xuanai. Otherwise, how could it help her possess her cultivation at such an age? Wait! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his face went slightly pale. Why didn't I notice earlier? Xuanai's current appearance seems to be no different from all those years ago, and there's utterly no change. According to convention, she ought to be at least a little over 20 this year. But her appearance is still like a 15 or 16-year-old young woman, like a child that hasn't grown up. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he thought up to here. The heavenly mountain maiden. At the first possible moment, a terrifying thought emerged in Duan Lingtian's heart. He still remembered. In his previous life on Earth, there was a famous Wuxia novel where there was an existence known as the Heavenly Mountain Maiden. The Heavenly Mountain Maiden was over 100 years old, yet looked to only have the appearance of a young woman. Could it be that Han Xuanai is an old witch that's over 100 years old as well? An old freak? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai, who was looking around in the treasure vault, and his spiritual force silently stretched out with the intention of detecting Han Xuanai's strength. But unfortunately, his spiritual force had only just touched a meter away from Han Xuanai's body when it sunk into the sea and didn't move again. It's as if there's some sort of energy that's preventing me from detecting Han Xuanai. This feeling is completely different from when I'm detecting a void interpretation stage expert like King Yong. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the identity of this yellow-clothed young woman of unknown origins was becoming more and more mysterious. Hiss hiss, right at this moment, the sounds of the two little pythons flicking their tongues sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Right, how could I have forgotten about you two? Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons and sent a voice transmission into their ears. Little black, little white. Both of you ought to be able to communicate with me via voice transmission now, right? If you're unable, then both of you are even inferior to little gold. Instantly, Big Brother, we're much more formidable than it. When we were at the void prying stage, we were already able to communicate with Big Sister Han Xuanai via voice transmission. Yeah, Big Brother, we're very formidable. Two hurried and immature voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at the same time. The former sounded like the voice of a young boy. Chapter 591. Duan Lingtian snickered in his heart when he heard the voice transmission of the two little pythons. These two little fellows were really unwilling to admit defeat before the little gold mouse. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he recalled the contents of the little black snake's voice transmission that sounded like a boy's. When we were at the void prying stage, we were able to communicate with Big Sister Xuanai via voice transmission. These were the little black snake's words. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to sweep towards the two little pythons. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed. Before his spiritual power could reach the two little pythons were already in a daze. A mysterious and unfathomable energy stretched out from the complicated markings on the bodies of the two little pythons, and it blocked his spiritual force. It caused his spiritual force to be unable to touch the bodies of the two little pythons, let alone detect their cultivations. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The two little pythons seemed to be completely unaware of the energy that stretched out from the complicated markings on their bodies. This could be seen from their reactions. The gold markings on Little Black's body, and the silver markings on Little White's body. All those years ago, I felt they were extraordinary. Now they're actually able to stretch out a mysterious energy to resist my spiritual force. Duan Lingtian's heart shook and he was shocked in his heart. What's the cultivation of the two of you little fellows now? Who's more formidable? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Big brother. I'm more formidable. I'm more formidable. The little black snake's boy-like voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears first. Big brother. I'm already at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. Little White is only at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. She isn't as formidable as me. The little white snake instead drooped her little head and didn't reply. Duan Lingtian hurriedly consoled. Alright, little white. Your natural talent isn't inferior to little black. You'll surely be able to catch up to little black very quickly. The little white snake raised her little head when she heard this, and she lightly rubbed the back of Duan Lingtian's hand. Big brother, I'll work hard. I'll surely surpass little black. Duan Lingtian had a complicated look in his eyes when he heard little white's confident words. He had long realized that little black and little white would have extraordinary achievements if they followed Xuan'ai. But he never imagined that the two little fellows had actually already broken through to the void initiation stage, and it was even at the 2nd and 3rd level of the void initiation stage. He'd completely left the little gold mouse behind. Xiaojin, where are you now? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of the little golden mouse, and he felt a wave of worry. Duan Lingtian, aren't you going to choose? Time is running out. Suddenly, Suli came to Duan Lingtian's side and reminded the Duan Lingtian who was playing with the snake. There's a time limit? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The Prince of Yong just said that he would give us half an hour. Suli said again. Duan Lingtian nodded and began to walk around the treasury. What treasury? It's all a pile of trash. I'm not choosing. Right at this moment, Han Xuan'ai's voice suddenly sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. This little ancestor's background was extraordinary, and it was even to the extent that she might be from a formidable power in the foreign lands. It was pardonable that she who possessed such a background looked down upon the treasures within the Darkstone Empire's treasury. The corners of the mouths of most of the young geniuses, including Suli, twitched. Trash? They didn't even have the chance to choose a second treasure now. King Yong had given this young woman the authority to take whatever she wanted and take as much as she wanted, yet she actually looked down upon it and didn't want a single treasure? Comparisons are odious. The group of young geniuses couldn't help but sigh with emotion. On the other hand, King Yong couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard the young woman. When he made that promise earlier, he felt a wave of lingering fear and was worried that the young woman would take away the entire treasury. Now, all the treasures within the treasury were looked down upon by the young woman, and at the same time that his feelings were complicated, he was slightly delighted. At the same time, he increasingly realized that the young woman wasn't simple. On the other side, Duan Lingtian searched for a while yet didn't notice anything he particularly wanted. In the end, he only chose a single equipment refinement material. This equipment refinement material could be used to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. The reason Duan Lingtian chose it was because he didn't have any other choice and could only use it as a backup. Half an hour passed by quickly. Duan Lingtian and the others each chose a treasure before following behind King Yong and leaving the palace that served as a treasury. Big brother Lingtian, are all of you going to the Dark Han dynasty next? Han Xuan'ai followed by Duan Lingtian sighed like a curious child. The gaze Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuan'ai now was completely different. Who knew if she was really a heavenly mountain maiden? When he thought of how he might be called Big Brother by a maiden of heaven, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. You have to ask King Yong about this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and replied. Instantly, Han Xuan'ai looked at King Yong. Uncle Red Mole, when are all of you going to the Dark Han dynasty? Little girl, you intend to go with us? King Yong felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart when facing the yellow-clothed young woman before him, but he still tried his best to squeeze out a trace of a smile on his face. Yeah, I'll go wherever Big Brother Lingtian goes. Han Xuan'ai nodded like a chick pecking at rice and was extremely happy. We'll leave now. King Yong sighed when he realized that he was unable to get rid of the young woman. At the same time, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was slightly surprised. He was extremely curious about how Duan Lingtian knew this terrifying young woman. Duan Lingtian, who's she? Duan Lingtian receives Su Li's voice transmission. He knew that the she Su Li spoke of was precisely Han Xuanai. I don't know as well. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and his tone contained slight bitterness mixed within. You don't know? Then she called you big brother? Su Li was slightly speechless. I've known her since a few years ago. According to my judgment, her identity isn't simple, and she ought to be from the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. The foreign lands? Su Li's pupils constricted, and then he said via voice transmission, no wonder King Yong is so courteous to her. Looks like she ought to have told King Yong of her identity, or perhaps King Yong has guessed her identity. Perhaps. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's group of 10, and now Han Xuanai had arrived, and they followed behind King Yong and the two old men as they soared into the sky. Over there, King Yong brought along the two old men and Duan Lingtian's group of 11 to head towards the east. After a short moment, they left the imperial palace and the imperial city. A lofty and enormous mountain appeared ahead. Meanwhile, King Yong stopped moving. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the others stopped moving as well. Right when Duan Lingtian and the others were bewildered as to why King Yong brought them here, rumble. The lofty and enormous mountain ahead trembled, and it started to sway before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Right at this moment, swoosh, an exceedingly enormous figure charged into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it stood in the clouds and approached Duan Lingtian and the others. Roar! A demon beast that was like an enormous mountain appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and it roared into the sky and emitted a deafening enormous roar. For a time the clouds and mist in the horizon were dispersed by its roar. On the other hand, the expressions of the few 8th-level void prying stage martial artists in Duan Lingtian's group, including Long Yun, couldn't help but go slightly pale. Obviously, they were affected by the enormous roar of the demon beast. Now Duan Lingtian was able to see it clearly. The demon beast before them was a tiger-type demon beast, and its body was enormous like an enormous mountain. When looked at from afar, it was like a tiger with an enormous mountain backbone, and its body was coiled with a mane that was like flames. This demon beast, under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out with the intention of probing this demon beast. Right at this moment, a voice transmission from Origin Energy followed along his spiritual force and transmitted over. Little fellow, your strength isn't bad. A mere 7th-level void prying stage martial artist is actually able to resist my sound wave that contained Origin Energy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force completely dispersed. That's a third eye? Duan Lingtian, who observed in detail, quickly noticed. A crack suddenly split open between the brows of this enormous demon beast, and a demonic eye appeared before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, this eye closed once more. 3 eyes. It's even able to see through my cultivation with a single glance. Duan Lingtian gasped as the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind, and he intended to know the background of this demon beast. In next to no time he found the answer. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this demon beast before him ought to be 3-eyed flame tiger? Duan Lingtian's thoughts hadn't finished when he heard Han Xuanai's slightly surprised voice. Xuanai is actually able to recognize it? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Earlier he'd found records related to the 3-eyed flame tiger from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The 3-eyed flame tiger was a type of demon beast with formidable strength. An adult 3-eyed flame tiger even had the chance to ascend to the void interpretation stage. It was a king amongst the numerous demon beasts beneath the demon realm. So long as the 3-eyed flame tiger's third eye is open, it's able to see through the cultivation of a person or demon beast with a cultivation lower than it with a single glance. Earlier, it precisely relied on its third eye to see through my cultivation. The bewilderment in Duan Lingtian's heart vanished without a trace. What a pity. Han Xuanai looked at the distant 3-eyed flame tiger, and she was like a little adult as she commented on it. Your bloodline isn't pure, and you'll at most be at the 9th level of the void initiation stage in this lifetime. It's difficult for you to advance a step further. Han Xuanai's words infuriated the 3-eyed flame tiger. Roar! The three-eyed flame tiger shook its head that was like a small hill, and its enormous eyes that seemed to be burning with flame stared fixedly at Han Shuanai. "What? Big guy, you're angry?" Han Shuanai chuckled, and she seemed as if she didn't take the big fellow seriously. Roar! Instantly, the three-eyed flame tiger was completely enraged, and it roared out explosively as its figure flashed out to charge directly over. Right at this instant, Duan Lingtian felt a scorching aura assault his face, and it caused his expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. The other young geniuses, including the strongest Mo Xian, went grim as well. Right at this moment, a gentle and enormous force arrived, and it carried Duan Lingtian and the others to the side. It was precisely King Yong that had made a move. Chapter 592. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian's face went grim when faced with such a dangerous scene, and he couldn't help but exclaim out in surprise. He utterly didn't have the time to think why King Yong only didn't bring Han Shuanai along and move aside. In the distance, Han Shuanai's expression remained unchanged when facing the three-eyed flame tiger that seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that pounced over. Yet at this moment, in the sky above the three-eyed flame tiger that dashed swiftly, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes swept out and revealed its cultivation. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Not only that, along with the pulsating origin energy on the surface of the three-eyed flame tiger's body, a fiery red energy that was almost material perfectly fused with the origin energy, and it seemed as if flames were burning. Meanwhile, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. 8th level fire concept. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Besides being a 9th level Void Initiation stage demon beast, this three-eyed flame tiger had comprehended 8th level fire concept as well? Roar! The three-eyed flame tiger pounced towards Han Shuanai, and its body that was like an enormous mountain was simply two extremes when compared to Han Shuanai's body. When compared to the three-eyed flame tiger, the difference between Han Shuanai was even more like the difference between an ant and a human. King Yong wouldn't have intentionally left without saving her, right? At this moment, similar thoughts appeared in the hearts of the 10 young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian at the same time. King Yong's actions of only saving them, and not saving the young woman, caused them to be unable to wrap their heads around it. But the following scene caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. Presently it wasn't only Duan Lingtian besides King Yong. Everyone else had their eyes wide open and dumbstruck expressions. Heavens! What did we see? Han Shuanai, who was in the distance, unhurriedly raised her hand when facing the three-eyed flame tiger that carried the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. Subsequently, everyone present clearly saw. Han Shuanai lightly leaped up, and her white wrist that was like white jade unhurriedly stretched out from beneath her sleeve to greet the three-eyed flame tiger that approached menacingly. Roar! The three-eyed flame tiger let out a loud roar and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Han Shuanai into its stomach. At this moment, Han Shuanai made another move. Her lithe figure narrowly avoided the three-eyed flame tiger's ferocious mouth. Immediately after, she arrived at the three-eyed flame tiger's forehead. Whoosh! Her slender jade-like hand formed a palm and pressed down on the three-eyed flame tiger's forehead. At this moment, at the center of Han Shuanai's palm, origin energy appeared out of thin air, condensing into a whirlpool that started to spin. In an instant, waves of strong winds swept out in all directions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and the others felt a gust of violent wind assault them, and they had to use their origin energy to protect their bodies before they could barely stand still in the air. Their robes fluttered in the wind. What powerful origin energy! Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but shrink as he was inexplicably shocked. Such formidable origin energy had obviously already surpassed the Void Initiation stage. Void Interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and at the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head, wanting to clearly see the total number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had condensed into form above Han Shuanai. But unfortunately, in the next moment, the waves of coldness that were born from the violent wind caused him to be unable to refrain from closing his eyes. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked forward with difficulty, he instead saw Han Shuanai raised her head and glanced indifferently at the frozen three-eyed flame tiger, then said indifferently, "Who asked it to want to eat me? Uncle Red Mole, if you want to save it, then you can save it. I won't stop you." As she finished speaking, a wisp of a sly smile appeared in Han Shuanai's eyes. Seemed as if there was some sort of conspiracy. King Yong's face sank as he sighed. "Miss Xuanai, stop joking. You used your origin energy combined with ice concept to freeze it, and you've already caused it to merge into one with the ice. If I were to forcefully attack the ice, then it would die along with it." Han Shuanai's beautiful face froze, and she said with slight surprise, "Uncle Red Mole, I never imagined that you would know this. Uncle Red Mole, where did you find out? According to my knowledge, ice concept isn't common." When he saw Han Shuanai intentionally changing the topic, King Yong was completely helpless, and he glanced at the distant violet-clothed young man with a pleading gaze as he sent a voice transmission. "Duan Lingtian, please ask this Miss Xuanai to spare this three-eyed flame tiger. This three-eyed flame tiger is the empire-guarding demon beast of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family, and it has an extraordinary meaning to our Darkstone Empire. Miss Xuanai's ice concept is truly too formidable. With the three-eyed flame tiger's strength, it'll die for sure within half an hour at most." As he finished speaking, King Yong's voice was slightly trembling. "Ice concept?" Duan Lingtian gasped. Never had he imagined that Xuanai had actually comprehended such a terrifying concept. Ice concept could be said to be the upgraded version of water concept, and it reigned above the numerous concepts of nature. Since ancient times, there was a saying that had been passed down. Ice was formed by water, yet colder than water. This was the same principle as the pupil surpasses the master. "Xuanai," Duan Lingtian looked at Han Shuanai. "Big brother Lingtian, don't worry." Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to finish speaking, Han Shuanai interrupted Duan Lingtian, and she'd obviously guessed what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. The craftiness in the depths of her beautiful eyes was even deeper. "I won't kill this big guy. Wasn't it unwilling to submit earlier? Then I'll freeze it for 15 minutes and let it wake up properly. Let's see if it still dares to be unconvinced." Her tone contained slight childishness mixed within. 15 minutes? Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard this, and he glanced sympathetically at the three-eyed flame tiger that had been frozen into a popsicle. This big fellow, why did he have to offend this little she-devil? He's simply asking for trouble. But Duan Lingtian's heart was still filled with shock. Never had he imagined that Xuanai's strength was actually so terrifying. Earlier, because the clouds and mist in the horizon were frozen by Xuanai's ice concept, he and the others didn't see the total number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed from the energy of the heavens and the earth when Xuanai attacked. But even then, Duan Lingtian was still able to confirm it. Xuanai's strength was surely at the void interpretation stage or above. Moreover, she wasn't an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist. This could be seen from the attitude that the Prince of Yong displayed in front of Xuanai. At the beginning, he discerned that King Yong was extremely afraid of Xuanai. At that time, he thought that it was because Xuanai had spoken of her origins that caused King Yong to be like this. Now it would seem that the truth wasn't so. Perhaps when Xuanai stretched out her hand to pat King Yong's shoulder before the treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire's imperial palace earlier, she revealed her terrifying strength before King Yong. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. Xuanai wouldn't really be a figure like the Maiden of Heaven, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at Han Shuanai and felt his back go cold. Of course, Duan Lingtian only thought in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He didn't want to become a popsicle like the three-eyed flame tiger. Moreover, this was only Duan Lingtian's irresponsible and random guess. If Xuanai was really a figure like the Maiden of Heaven, then how could she possibly be willing to call a young kid like him big brother? All these thoughts of his didn't hold water before the facts. Perhaps, Xuanai's appearance didn't change in the slightest during these past few years because of some reason, Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. But such a large popsicle is really rare in the world. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen in ice. 15 minutes? King Yong looked at the three-eyed flame tiger above him and laughed bitterly. Meanwhile, Everyone, including the two old men that had always been following behind King Yong, looked at Han Shuanai with gazes filled with terror and astonishment. Never had they imagined that this harmless-looking young girl that looked to be around 15 or 16 years old would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. Chapter 593. This fellow Duan Lingtian actually knows such a terrifying figure. Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head, and he sighed with emotion. He originally thought that being able to meet his master was already a great fortuitous encounter, and others could only be envious. But Duan Lingtian was even more exaggerated. The 15 or 16-year-old young girl he knew was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above. In terms of fortuitous encounters, compared to him, she was not inferior at all. Hiss hiss, two little pythons stuck out their heads from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, and their eyes revolved ceaselessly as they flickered their tongues. It seemed as if they were cheering for the young girl's actions. 15 minutes of time passed in the blink of an eye to Duan Lingtian and the others. But to the three-eyed flame tiger, it was undoubtedly extremely torturous. Even though the three-eyed flame tiger was frozen to the point of being unable to move. But Duan Lingtian and the others were still able to see traces of terror flickering within its large eyes. Ms. Xuanai, 15 minutes have passed. After 15 minutes, King Yong, who was still holding the three-eyed flame tiger, looked at Han Xuanai, and his face carried a helpless bitter smile from the beginning until the end. He believed the three-eyed flame tiger had probably never received such a punishment in its entire life. However, he also believed that even if the three-eyed flame tiger received such a punishment, it wouldn't dare be dissatisfied with the young girl in the slightest. This young girl was utterly not an existence that the three-eyed flame tiger could deal with. Big guy, remember this. In the future, you can only nod to what this young miss says. If you dare question again, then be careful that this young miss will freeze you into a popsicle again. Han Shuanai glared at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen within the ice, and then she didn't make any movements. Slap. She only snapped her fingers. And it was at this instant that the ice that imprisoned the three-eyed flame tiger instantly shattered into pieces, and in the end, it transformed into mist that covered the sky before completely dispersing in the heavens and the earth. Awu, after the three-eyed flame tiger escaped, its mountain-like body began to tremble slightly. Its pair of large eyes, which were looking at Han Shuanai, flickered slightly. Then it revealed the fear that came from the bottom of its heart. The current three-eyed flame tiger was as obedient as a kitten in front of Han Shuanai. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian and the others sighed. In this world where the strong ruled, the strong could dominate everything. In the beginning, this three-eyed flame tiger was enraged because of Han Shuanai's words. It aggressively wanted to swallow Han Shuanai to prove its dignity. In the end, he was tormented by Han Shuanai. Now, the three-eyed flame tiger was thoroughly convinced by her abuse. It didn't dare to have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction towards Han Shuanai. There was only extreme fear that came from the bottom of its heart. Everyone, get on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. We'll immediately depart for the Dark Han dynasty. Meanwhile, King Yong's words entered into the ears of everyone. So it turns out that King Yong brought us here because he wanted the three-eyed flame tiger to carry us to the Dark Han dynasty. The three-eyed flame tiger was originally called over by King Yong as a means of transportation. But who knew that it would actually encounter this little she-devil? Now that I speak of it, it's really unfortunate. Yeah, anyone that offends this little she-devil will suffer misfortune. I really envy Duan Lingtian for being able to form a relationship with this little she-devil. Many young geniuses discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, everyone successively stood on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. The body of the three-eyed flame tiger was enormous, like an enormous mountain, and its back was extremely spacious as well, sufficient to accommodate many people. The back of this three-eyed flame tiger, in terms of size, it can compare to a football field from my previous life. Duan Lingtian looked around, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the flat ground on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. Big brother Lingtian. Han Shuanai, followed by Duan Lingtian, sighed like a shadow. and she teased the two little pythons that stuck their heads out from under Duan Lingtian's sleeve as she greeted Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Shuanai with an extremely complicated gaze. All those years ago, he felt that Han Shuanai wasn't simple, but he didn't think too much about it. Unexpectedly, Han Shuanai actually possessed such a terrifying strength. If Xuanai is really only a little over 20, yet possesses such a cultivation, then her background, Duan Lingtian was slightly unable to imagine. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Shuanai and asked via voice transmission with slight uncertainty, "How old are you this year?" When she heard Duan Lingtian's question, Han Shuanai's intelligent eyes spun, and she replied via voice transmission, 21. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He only recovered from his shock after a short moment, and he couldn't help but ask, "Then why have you always been like this? All those years ago when I first saw you, you were already like this. Your appearance hasn't changed at all." Han Shuanai drooped her little head when she heard this, and she said with slight helplessness, "Big brother Lingtian, actually I don't want to be like this. But the cultivation technique I cultivate is like this and I can't do anything about it. Only when my cultivation attains a certain extent would I be able to break through the shackles of this childish appearance, and I'll be able to grow like a normal person." Cultivation technique? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. If all this was because of the influence of a cultivation technique, then it could be understood. Of course, if it was anyone else, they might feel it was unbelievable. A mere cultivation technique was capable of allowing a person to maintain a childish appearance for many years? Only Duan Lingtian knew that the abilities of some cultivation techniques were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Let's not talk about those that were too far away, just take the reincarnation Emperor Wu for example. The reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique back then, and he could experience 3 lifetimes with the same soul in different bodies. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was an unbelievable and inconceivable thing. However, it did indeed exist. If it were not for an accident, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3rd life would have already begun. If that was the case, the current Duan Lingtian would not exist. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally confirm that Xuanai was not an old witch or a heavenly maiden. "Xuanai, can you tell me about your background?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It was as if there were tens of thousands of ants crawling in his heart, and his curiosity about Han Shuanai's background was stirring. Big brother Lingtian, you'll naturally know in the future. Even if I tell you now, you might not know. Han Shuanai's answer was ambiguous. "I might not know if you tell me?" Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard Han Shuanai's answer. After all, he wasn't a frog at the bottom of a well in Han Shuanai's eyes. Perhaps in Han Shuanai's eyes, he was only a country bumpkin that had never left the Dark Han dynasty, a hothead that had never been to the foreign lands. However, in reality, he possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of an extremely formidable Emperor Wu. "This little girl Xuanai is still acting mysterious with me. Perhaps her background is closely related to the reincarnation Emperor Wu." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. According to the memories of 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, when the reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he had interacted with many of the top forces on Cloud Continent. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, it was extremely likely that Han Shuanai was from one of those forces. It was a coincidence. Amongst those forces, one of them was led by a person surnamed Han. The ancient clan, Han clan. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the Han clan was one of the most ancient clans on Cloud Continent. It was immortal after countless years. In Cloud Continent, there were only 2 clans that could be traced back to the ancient times. These 2 clans had been passed down until now and were called ancient clans. The Han clan was one of them. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart and didn't pursue the matter further with Han Shuanai. It was just as Han Shuanai had said. If he was able to become a martial monarch or even Emperor Wu in the future, he would surely have interacted with the top forces on Cloud Continent. At that time, he only had to casually ask to know if Han Shuanai was a member of the ancient clan, the Han clan. "Let's go." Suddenly, King Yang's stern shout sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. They saw King Yong making the three-eyed flame tiger beneath his feet carry them away. Yet the three-eyed flame tiger didn't move in the slightest and stood on the spot without moving, as if it was frozen. This caused the group of young geniuses to be slightly speechless. Could it be that this three-eyed flame tiger still thinks it's frozen and unable to move? Xuanai. When he saw King Yong's expression becoming more and more unsightly, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai nodded knowingly, then lightly raised her leg and stomped on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as she shouted in a delicate voice. "Big guy, leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll turn you into ice again." The word rod hadn't been spoken. The three-eyed flame tiger seemed as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and its figure flashed out to directly head towards the Dark Han dynasty. This caused the people present to be unable to refrain from sighing. Especially King Yong. A strand of bright light flashed within his eyes. At this moment, King Yong was even planning in his heart if he should properly teach the three-eyed flame tiger a lesson later, and make the three-eyed flame tiger be afraid of him like it was afraid of Han Xuanai. In this way, he didn't have to worry about the three-eyed flame tiger not listening to him anymore. Could be imagined. If the three-eyed flame tiger were to know of King Yong's thoughts, it would probably be frightened to the point of fainting. Xuanai, accompany Little Black and Little White. I want to cultivate for a period of time. After Duan Lingtian passed the two little pythons to Han Xuanai, he sat down cross-legged and silently started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WIRM transformation. At the same time that he cultivated, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to mobilize the medicinal strength of the spirit-fused fruit accumulated in his body, and combined it with the medicinal strength of the void-strengthening pill. It caused his cultivation to swiftly improve. Needless to say, the medicinal strength of the spirit-fused fruit was extremely shocking. 7 days later, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the 8th level of the void-prying stage. Half a month later, he'd successfully stepped into the 9th level of the void-prying stage. Meanwhile, not much of the medicinal strength of the spirit-fused fruit remained. 9th level of the void-prying stage. In a short half a month of time, his cultivation had undergone such a great transformation, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely satisfied. After Duan Lingtian awoke, he didn't continue cultivating for the time being. Instead, he sized up the surroundings. Only now did he notice that practically everyone was sitting cross-legged on the wide back of the three-eyed flame tiger as they cultivated, and even King Yong and the old man by King Yong's side were no exception. Han Xuanai was the only one who was jumping around and chasing after the two little pythons. Chapter 594. Now, I've already broken through to the 9th level of the void-prying stage, and I'm only a step away from the void initiation stage. I ought to contact the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian withdrew a crystalline and translucent jade sword from his spatial ring. This jade sword was precisely the key left behind by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. The Sword Monarch's treasure, just by hearing its name, one would know that it was a treasure vault left behind by a formidable martial monarch. Moreover, it was a sword cultivator martial monarch. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved the origin energy in his hand rhythmically just like 3 years ago, and he activated the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard an aged voice. "After 3 years, you've finally made an appearance once more. I heard that fellow from the Darkstone Empire mention you 3 years ago." "You're the owner of the other jade sword?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." The aged voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears through the voice transmission inscription, and it was extremely clear. "Where are you from?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "I'm from the Cry Phoenix Empire." The aged voice replied indifferently. "Cry Phoenix Empire?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. The Cry Phoenix Empire is extremely far away from the Darkstone Empire, and it doesn't belong to the Dark Han dynasty." The aged voice continued. I heard that fellow say the other day that you want to wait for your strength to be sufficient before asking us to open the Sword Monarch's treasure together? You took the initiative to contact us this time. Have you already prepared? As he finished speaking, the aged voice was slightly excited. Just think about it. The key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure had gathered dust in his possession for many years, and now that it could be put to use and open up a great fortuitous encounter, it was undoubtedly something that caused one to be excited. Not to mention the various dynasties including the Dark Han dynasty. Even if it was in the entire foreign lands, countless martial artists would covet the Sword Monarch's treasure. Of course, if one didn't have a jade sword, it would probably be impossible to find the location of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Furthermore, even if he had the jade sword, it would be useless if he didn't have all 9 of them. Only by gathering all 9 jade swords would one be able to head to the Sword Monarch's treasure and open it through the guidance of the jade swords. Yes, Duan Lingtian responded. Very good. The owner of the old voice said excitedly, how about this, you and I set a time and place. I'll be in charge of contacting the other 7 people. We'll meet at the agreed place, Fangji. How about that? Sure. Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. When and where do you think we should meet? The owner of the old voice said, I have a rough idea of where they are. How about this? Let's meet at the Pheasant Ridge north of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city in 3 months? Dongseng Empire? Sure. Duan Lingtian replied, then it's settled. See you in 3 months. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Dongseng Empire before. It was an empire that was adjacent to the Darkstone Empire, and it was situated in the east of the Darkstone Empire. After passing through the eastern border of the Darkstone Empire was the Dongseng Empire. See you there. The owner of the old voice spoke out as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian withdrew the origin energy he'd fused with the voice transmission inscription, and broke off the connection with the owner of the voice. He thought in his heart and intended to put away the jade sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, whoosh! A swift gust of wind attacked. In the next moment, the jade sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was seized away. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the person that seized his jade sword was Han Xuanai. Big brother Lingtian, this jade sword of yours doesn't seem to be simple. Han Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she looked at the jade sword in her hand, then looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke with deep meaning. There's nothing not simple about it, it's just a little toy. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and smiled as he stretched out his hand to seize the jade sword from Han Xuanai's hand. Unexpectedly, Han Xuanai moved aside, causing Duan Lingtian to grab onto thin air. Big brother Lingtian, you're lying. How could a little toy have an inscription on it? Moreover, it's a voice transmission inscription. As she spoke up to hear, the gaze Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with craftiness. Xuanai, you're able to discern that there's a voice transmission inscription on it? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was slightly surprised. For a moment, Han Xuanai was even more mysterious in his eyes. I've seen this type of inscription before. Han Xuanai laughed. Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. If Han Xuanai was really a member of the ancient Han clan, then it wasn't strange for her to be able to recognize the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. The Han clan didn't lack inscription masters, nor did they lack voice transmission inscriptions. Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes ceaselessly spun as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile, and she seemed as if she wouldn't return the jade sword to Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian didn't tell her. Xuanai, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Then he sent a voice transmission and told Han Xuanai the origins of the jade sword. Sword Monarch's treasure? After Han Xuanai found out about the origins of the jade sword, her mischievous eyes flickered with bright lights, and she'd obviously aroused interest towards the Sword Monarch's treasure. Big brother Lingtian, you're too bad. You wouldn't be intending to abandon me, Little Black, and Little White to go to such a fun place by yourself, right? After Han Xuanai returned the jade sword to Duan Lingtian, she spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Fun place? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as he laughed embarrassedly, yet he didn't admit it, even though he did indeed have such thoughts. Big brother Lingtian, I want to go with you. Han Xuanai's tone was resolute and decisive, and there wasn't the slightest room for discussion. If you want to go, then go with me. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse. As far as he was concerned, Han Xuanai was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above, and even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, she was a top expert. If he had her, then perhaps his trip to the Sword Monarch's treasure would be even easier. Needless to say, as a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast, the three-eyed flame tiger's speed was extremely swift. It only spent a month of time to traverse the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and the Dark Han dynasty's capital to arrive in the sky above its destination. The three-eyed flame tiger stood in the sky without moving in the slightest, and it was like an enormous mountain that floated high in the sky. On this enormous mountain, a group of people stood in a row as they looked down at the vast expanse of land below them. This is the Dark Han dynasty's capital? A young genius couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Presently, a city that was so vast that it was comparable to the sum of a few Darkstone Empire's imperial cities had appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group. As expected of the Dark Han dynasty's capital, it's absolutely the largest city I've seen in my lifetime. Zhong Nan sighed with emotion. Yeah, even I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well before the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Gao Yuhai lightly fanned the fan in his hand, and he had a complicated gaze. All of you will only know what a frog at the bottom of a well is when you truly see the young experts of the Dark Han dynasty. King Yong said indifferently, according to my knowledge, there are many people in the Dark Han dynasty with strengths that aren't inferior to Emo Xian. Even though all of you have come here to compete for the qualifications to participate in the selection, I only have confidence in Emo Xian. Of course, it isn't that I'm looking down on your natural talent. Amongst all of you, Duan Lingtian and Su Li aren't inferior to Emo Xian in terms of natural talent. But unfortunately, they're too young. If they were given a few more years of time, it wouldn't be impossible for them to catch up to Emo Xian. When he spoke up to hear, King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li as if he was consoling them. For a time, the gazes of most people couldn't help but descend onto Duan Lingtian and Su Li. King Yong's words were extremely pertinent, and most of them agreed. Of course, there were also some that didn't agree. That was Long Yun. At this moment, Long Yun had an unconvinced expression. It was as if he was unconvinced because King Yong didn't mention him. Duan Lingtian and Su Li couldn't help but look at each other when they heard King Yong. Duan Lingtian, looks like King Yong doesn't look favorably upon the two of us. Su Li spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Then we'll let our actions prove that his judgment is wrong. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied with an indifferent expression. I have the same intention. Su Li's face was filled with confidence. Come, let's go over there. In next to no time, King Yong spoke out and urged the three-eyed flame tiger to head towards the continuous mountain range at the west of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. The continuous mountain range was impossible to see the end of. After King Yong found a spacious gorge as a resting place for the three-eyed flame tiger, he instructed, from today onwards you'll stay here. Once the dynasty martial competition ends, I'll bring the people that were eliminated to come look for you and return to the Darkstone Empire together. Awu, the three-eyed flame tiger's body that was like an enormous mountain, lay within the gorge as he nodded to King Yong. At the same time, he didn't forget to glance at the nearby yellow-clothed young woman, and fear that came from the soul was mixed within the depths of his gaze. Let's go. After settling down the three-eyed flame tiger, King Yong and the two old men behind him brought along Duan Lingtian and the others to head directly to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Looking down at the Dark Han dynasty's capital from the sky was a completely different feeling from looking up at it from outside the gates of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. How magnificent! Duan Lingtian looked at the city that was like an enormous beast before his eyes, and his heart trembled. The entire city emitted an ancient and experienced aura from top to bottom, and it seemed as if it was telling of the long history of its existence. There's already no way to find out how long the Dark Han dynasty has existed. King Yong sighed. Before our Darkstone Empire and even the other empires of the Dark Han dynasty were born, the Dark Han dynasty had already existed. For example, the gold and silver notes we usually use came from the Dark Han dynasty. No matter how the empires, imperial kingdoms, or kingdoms change dynasties, so long as the Dark Han dynasty still exists, the gold and silver notes won't lose their value. As King Yong finished speaking, he felt deep veneration. A dignified existence at the void interpretation stage couldn't help but arouse respect from the bottom of his heart when facing the history of the Dark Han dynasty. As the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, it was heavily guarded, and not just anyone could casually enter the capital. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.